just take a rise of new blood. We got people like that Nathan, Roy, Anthony, Stephen, Alex, Texius, and Darien. Welcome to the chaos, now let us begin.
Oh.
There's the money man. Alright. Then the session has started to record. Alright, let's begin. With all my nervous jitters.
Dude, I have the same thing.
Hey, let's try and have fun. Welcome to the premiere of Darien and Void Origins, A Beautiful Lie. Now, our game begins where Roy's game ended with his end credit scene. If you all remember, a car was driving down the road, slowly making its way somewhere, and we described a little bit of the interior. I'm going to go over that again, and the man who's driving it, because we're going to start from that scene again. So, inside the car, it's very messy. It's not entirely well kept. It's a bit dirty. You see a few papers and supplies all over the place, kind of here and there. You see a few are kind of up on the dashboard as well. Darien, you know what they are.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. It was only maybe a couple hours ago, the court case. But, you know, here you are. Dad's taking you home. He's taking you home to collect your belongings, and then your grandfather's going to come and pick you up. And that was the whole plan that you had going on. Your little brother, your mom, you don't know where they are. Probably still at the court case grabbing sympathy from strangers. You know, it's just kind of sitting there, accepting it. Now,
they and the rest.
Mm-hmm. Now, the road. Nobody else on it. It's just your car. It's just you two. It's just you guys experiencing this together. Now, the one driving it is your father. He's tall for an Asian man. He's very lanky. He has bags under his eyes, short, black, thin hair, and has steel gray eyes. A once firm look on his face, now gone, only accompanied by the lack of intensity in his dead, soulless eyes. So, your father drives. He has both hands gripped on the wheel, tunnel vision, straight forward, looking at the road. Not even processing you, anything in his peripheral vision, or anything. He just stares and drives. Do you want to try and say anything to him? Do you want to do anything? It's completely up to you.
Yeah. Dad, you're going off the road a bit. I go on, nudge the wheel a bit and keep it going straight. He's currently not. He's really not paying attention to anything at all. I take a look at his face after this, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen. He looks like a different person.
He completely is.
Yeah, without that signature look, it's somebody else.
What was that signature look, Darien?
It was definitely that fire that burned in his eyes. The kind of comforting light that showed that no matter what let him down, he was going to keep rising.
And that fire has been squelched by the winter of your mother's hate. Now, any type of verbal response that you try, or not response, excuse me, any verbal question, you know, you ask him, any physical interactions, like kind of bringing the wheel back on the road, he doesn't respond. Occasionally, he will slightly glance at you. You definitely know this. He is not mad at you. It's not a look of anger or anything like that. It's just emptiness. and he's not processing his emotions. At least that's what you're reading.
Yeah.
He just kind of mumbles a reaction every now and again. And yeah. That's kind of just what he's doing. So that's kind of your drive. If you don't truly plan to do anything else, which is fine, I want to give you all the freedom you can, then the car is just going to continue to drive to the house. Or rather, the apartment.
Will we have a scene in the house or anything?
Oh, yes, you will.
Alright, then I'll leave it for that.
Alrighty. Much time passes. The courthouse was a few hours away from the actual studio apartment. It was a bit of a drive.
Yeah.
So you have this nice enclosed space with your father to think about this. Though, luckily, I think at this point, because... How old is Darien?
Darien around this age is probably 13.
Yeah, that was my guess.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's 2022. You got a nice high-tech phone and whatever. You can tune out the awkwardness.
Yeah.
As best you can.
I just keep an eye on the road and put some earbuds in.
You definitely make sure to do that.
Yeah.
But, as time continues, your father flicks his right directional blinker on, and the car turns rather quickly off the main road. It dips down into the parking lot of your father's studio apartment building. You instantly remember the parking lot hasn't been re-cemented in years. And because of this...
I brace myself for the bumps.
Mm-hmm. There are potholes everywhere, massive cracks, spots where the cement has actually begun to sink in due to the weight of cars being constantly parked on it. It's not a welcoming sight. It never has. But the car comes in. It slowly turns into one of the empty spots, and the engine turns off. And your father just slides back in his chair. He sighs to himself.
Hey, Dad, are you gonna be okay?
He mumbles something. It sounds like a yes. He mumbles something. It sounds like a yes. He kind of nods yes. Though it might be he's just kind of shaking his head. It's so subtle and so unintelligible, you can't really grasp it, though you like to think he's saying yes. He unbuckles himself, and he very slowly steps out of the car. You do so as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Throat. As for the exterior of the actual building when you step out, it's your typical studio apartment complex. It's rectangular, shoots up high, and that's all that's going for it. You see many people, not just in your father's building, but others around him as well, because there are a bunch of studio apartments in this little section. They're air drying their clothes and towels off the rails of the balconies. It's probably the only color this building will ever see. Apart from the bright fluorescent lights hanging off the side, and the green mold climbing up the walls, and the sunset that is currently playing now, that is falling behind the gray buildings. As you step out of the car, you are reminded of the grotesque and terrible smell of this place. There are piles of rotting garbage just lying about because people are too damn lazy to take it to the dump, and it's such a narrow space that the dump trucks can't get in here. So there's just piles of it here and there. The putrid stench of weed and cigarettes filling the air, and the lingering odor of gasoline leaking out of cars and festering in stagnant puddles of rainwater scattered across the lot. It's the same welcoming sight you always get, but you ignore it.
Yeah, I try to, but usually I was able to. I've gotten used to the smell, but
you've gotten used
after After the events that just transpired, I'm starting to smell it again.
Yeah, it's hitting.
Yeah.
But, besides all that, you follow your dad to the main door. Now, escaping the disheveled parking lot for the neater, in comparison, interior of the building, your father slowly wanders over to the elevator. You see the landlord is not at his desk. He never is. Why would he want to return to a place like this more than he has to, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you turn your attention back to your father as he slams his fists on the cold metal doors of the elevator. His fists break the dead air around you. You read a sign mounted on it, in big bold letters, out of service. He instead makes his way to the staircase and slowly walks up each step, stumbling and limping, as though the day had physically crippled him.
Fuck, Dad. You want me to help you up?
He doesn't respond, but he, wraps his arm around you.
You're not okay.
He's breathing very heavy, and he's slowly making his way up.
Let's get you back to the room.
Exiting the long and unforgiving stairwell, because you guys are at the top floor. Despite it being a studio apartment, these are still very tall buildings. You are greeted with the peeling of paint on walls, more mold festering about, the torn up pieces of rugs scattered throughout, and the dirt-stained windows that remain outside of your father's apartment are all you can see. He walks up to the door, sticks his key in, and as though fate hadn't had enough fun with him already, the lock refuses to open itself. You see, he doesn't get visibly mad, he just lowers his head, just sighs. But after a few shoulder slams to the door, that's my door shoulder slamming noise.
Alright.
The key ticks the right spot, and your father makes his way in with a loud thud. He kind of falls in, but he catches himself. You see dust rise up into the air that was lingering on the door as he just pounds his way in. And you were inside the studio apartment.
I kind of put him in his favorite chair on the balcony.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the reason he got this top floor was so he could just look down at all the people. Not in a way that was like a superiority complex kind of way. It was just a nice sight to see after his work shift. Just, he enjoyed every aspect of every little thing he could. But now I think he needs a reminder of that. So I go ahead and tell him, "Hey, Dad, you see the view down there? Remember the first day we came to this place? That elevator was out of service too. All those steps up there, and you said you gotta work for the view. You gotta work for the top." So we took those stairs, and we reached the top.
He looks to you. Once more, he doesn't respond with a sentence, but he looks to you. He gently... You can see it takes a lot of energy out of him. His arm slowly shakes and lifts up to your shoulder and just rests it on you. He just looks to you. It's... Now out of the car, and him looking at you, you can tell the embers are lost. His eyes are gone. But he looks to you. He kind of nods. He tries to form a smile, but he just lets his hands slump. And the poor man looks back to his poor kingdom. He looks over it all. Now, Darien,
Yeah.
you know your father probably wants you to start to pack up your supplies because Grandpa's going to be on his way, and he's probably going to want to kind of get the move on because what Grandpa's going to do for you is, since your mother, technically got custody over you, your grandfather can still house you.
Yeah.
So the plan is you were going to stay in a hotel for roughly 2 days and then catch a flight back to Taiwan.
Yeah.
So your grandfather's definitely going to want to try and make it. So do you want to go and pack up your stuff?
Yeah, but before that, I quickly go into the kitchen and just make something for him, just so he can get some energy back. As I'm making this, I
There's not
say
much.
there's not ever anything much in the pantry.
Your father is one of those men who live off of takeout at this point.
Yeah, either that or if he has a luxury, he stops by a grocery store on his way back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I go over and just tell him as I give him the sandwich or whatever.
It's something.
Yeah. Hey, I forgot to mention this, but that cam droid he gave me, I did use it, and I'm making some money off of streaming, right? I can support myself. I can try to support you as well. Please, just let me help. You've helped me for my entire. You've helped me forever, and I want to give back. I also have that peculiarity. I figured out what it was. I know you don't like them, but I'll do whatever I can to help you. Just please give me that chance.
Roll an awareness check.
Oh shit! I gotta pull up my character sheet. 1 sec.
No problem. This allows me to actually check my notes, make sure I'm on track. I believe so.
All right. 1D. Ah, crap! This thing doesn't add modifiers.
You can do the math. That's fine.
All right.
I have to text some people that sent me questions because
Cool.
I want to make sure I'm not missing anything important because usually it's icons related.
Right.
Let's check the session chat. Let's see how everyone is. Oh, it's Tears. Oh God, it's Tears and Nicolas Cage with beautiful flowing hair.
All right. I got a 16.
And a little pug hopping up the stairs.
Got a 16.
Okay, 16. Lovely. With your statement, it comes from a lovely and caring place. You know that. You want to think he knows that. But as you tell him that, his head slowly just kind of looks off to the side. And you're not sure if the advice actually helped him. He isn't crying. He isn't angry.
Yeah.
He's just blank. So, I mean, it's just kind of been the way it is, per se.
Yeah. Usually
He doesn't really respond.
Usually, if you just leave him alone, he can recover. But yeah, I don't know what to do at this point. I just leave him in his catatonic state and grab my supplies.
Well, let me set the scene for the apartment as well.
Yeah.
Let's give a good look at what your father's joint looks like. So, when you finally made it into the comfort of your father's apartment, you see the old place hasn't changed that much. It's one large place with 4 small divisions. A bathroom, the balcony, your father's bedroom, and a guest room, which is where you had currently resided. Now, all 3 rooms are incredibly small. The balcony's nice, but all 3 rooms are incredibly small. But it gets the job done. Upon, walking around and making your way through the kitchen and to the room, you're instantly hit with that familiar sense of a wave of cold and the smell of dingy apartment air. You see, he doesn't have much in terms of furniture. He's got a large dresser drawer with a decent television on it. He's got a nice sofa, a broken coffee table. See, he still hasn't had the money to repair that. He has a recliner chair in the corner with a tall office lamp standing over it and shining down. And that's honestly all of his biggest furniture, and that's really honestly all he has. He has a dining table. It's really just set for 2. He has a very messy kitchenette, as you noticed while you were preparing something. And like I mentioned before, there are just takeout boxes all over the place. See, he hasn't had time to take out the trash as well. So it's unfortunate. But this is the life your dad lives.
Yeah, I was beginning to notice. It just sort of struck me there that wasn't a sudden change. It was his flame is dying sort of slowly.
There was no one to rekindle it.
Yeah.
You kept it alive, but there was no one to rekindle it. And now, with the only person protecting it from the storm now leaving, when there's nothing to keep that fire going.
Yeah, I just hope to hear a phone call from him or something, just saying that he's okay, or that he'll accept my help, but something tells me that's never going to happen. Well, so I'll try to do everything I can in my power.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, by law, this is my last time seeing him.
This is probably your last time seeing him. Maybe you can voice chat, though he doesn't really have a computer. Maybe you can lend him money or gift him a computer, so that way maybe you can call each other and whatever our world's equivalent Skype is, so that way you can see each other's faces again. But this is probably the last time you legally can ever see him in person. Until you're 18, I believe. Yeah.
Knowing that, I go over to him and you know my cell, don't you? If you're feeling better, or not, I guess, just call me. I'll make time for you.
He nods. This is the actual first time where you see a legitimate response for him. He nods. Like, that almost gave him a bit of hope. Now, what is in your room? What supplies do you have? Why don't you explain to me and the audience, what do you have in your room?
Yeah, so I open the door, loud creak ensues, and yeah, I've got a fairly simple computer setup. I mean, you can tell that I only stream niche games because I don't really have the power to, I don't have the power of a high-performance computer to stream anything new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you're a couple years in the future, real-life timeline, so your computer is, for us right now, it's a not-so-bad computer. It's pretty decent. But for your time, it's getting a bit outdated.
Yeah, VR is commonplace, that kind of stuff like that.
Oh yeah, VR is becoming a bigger industry because technology is just rapidly advancing.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't have. But what I do have, I treasure. Whether it's I mean, I just have a simple bed, dresser, computer setup. That's basically it. But that's, I mean, it's something I've worked for, put money into, and Yeah, it's something I treasure. I pick up the computer setup and put it back in its original box, make it easier to carry. I take out all my clothes from the dresser and take some of the bed sheets. The place is empty after only like 10 minutes of doing anything.
You didn't have much.
Yeah.
Neither did your dad.
But seeing it in its blank state just fills me with sadness.
It kind of does. But
Yeah.
as you finish packing, and you kind of just carry out these couple boxes to the main living room. You're going to take them down to your grandfather's car when he comes.
Yeah.
You know what? Roll me an awareness check.
Okay.
It's not important if you don't get it, but
Cool. I get a 9.
actually that is borderline.
Alright.
So, Darien, as you carry out the last few boxes of your items into the living room, you notice something is sitting on one of the dressers that you know definitely wasn't there when you were here before. Collecting dust on the edge are a few small orange pill bottles. They're empty, but there are a couple around the house lingering.
Do I know of these pill bottles? Like, do I...
This is your first time seeing them.
Alright,
You can take a look at them if you want.
yeah, can I look at the, like, medical information and try to figure out what they are?
They're scratched off. Like fingernails went at it.
Oh.
But they're empty. And there's dust on it, so you don't know how long ago this was.
Sleeping pills?
Could be anything.
Yeah. But 13-year-old Darien is too stupid to ask his dad, so I'm gonna leave.
No. You might not want to ask again.
Yeah.
So,
He doesn't pick up on it.
no. Well, as you carry out your last few boxes, you take one last good look at your room. It wasn't the best, but it was cozy. You hear a knock on the door.
Come in.
And you hear the door lock begin to fiddle, and it gets jammed again. Do you want to help whoever's at the other side?
Yeah, I go and open the door from the inside.
It takes a second. On the other side, you see your grandfather.
Oh, thank God. It would take me like 2 trips to get down here. All my stuff.
You see an older gentleman with thin white hair, balding on top, stand before you. He has a well-trimmed and full beard that connects to what little hair he has left on top. Resting on his face are an aged pair of rounded glasses. He's rather larger than when you last saw him, and you can tell he's walking with a cane a lot more than he used to. You know your grandfather's body has been getting weaker and weaker, but that doesn't stop him from trying to get out and do something every now and again.
Yeah.
He does, however, look rather comfy. Wrapping around him like a soft blanket is a big hand-knitted plaid sweater and long, soft sweatpants that look like they might be a little too loose. Looking back up to see your grandfather's face, you see his dark brown eyes stare back at yours with only sorrow, pity filling them.
Sorry for the stench.
Yeah. He looks to you. He just wobbles over and he gives you a hug.
Yeah, at this point, like, just a few tears start flowing down my eyes.
He tries to wipe them.
Yeah.
He just looks to you and is like, "How are you feeling, my boy? How are you?
Not too good.
How's your father?"
Not too good.
Oh. I see. Well, I think despite the little stuff you have, I don't think I can carry anything down by myself. I think I'm going to need your dad's help. And you see he kind of wobbles over to the balcony. So he puts a hand on me. He's like, "Jen, And I'm going to need your help, son. I'm going to need you to help me and Darien carry the boxes. I can't do it on my own. He just kind of looks to him. And then your grandfather just goes, I'm so sorry for what happened. She wouldn't let me know. She didn't let my wife know. I'm sorry. And he hugs him. Your father doesn't really hug him back. You see his arms kind of move to it, but he just doesn't entirely have the strength. But he stands up. You all grab the boxes, and you slowly begin to make your way down. Now, you kind of load up the boxes in the back of the trunk. You lock it. Your grandfather goes over to your father, and he just goes, I don't know how, but I want to find a way to make this right. She shouldn't have done this to you. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. Take care of yourself, and I will make sure Darien is okay. I won't let anything happen to him. And he goes over, hugs him one more time, and then he just slowly walks over to the car, and he takes his time yet again. Darien, these are your most likely last few moments with your father, in person at least. Do you want to say anything to him? Do you want to do anything for him? He just kind of stands there, stiff.
I go over and just hug him. That's all I can really do. If words aren't getting to him, then maybe this will.
You see, he breaks a stiff posture. He feels more loose, and he slowly bends down and wraps around you. And he embraces.
I'll make sure this won't be the last time.
And you let go.
Yeah.
And you make your way to the car. He nods, mumbles something. But Darien, you look out the window and wave goodbye to your father. You see he just stands there, staring at you, almost like he's unable to move. Makes the attempt to lift his arm, to wave back, but it falls short. And you watch as your father slowly shrinks into the distance, as he's engulfed by the night. And eventually, you can't see him anymore. And we end our prologue there. Now, Darien, your eyes grow tired of staring out the window of the Lakula car. For some reason, looking out the window longingly this trip has brought back many sensitive memories. Perhaps these memories are resurfacing because of what has happened.
Yeah.
Recently. It's 2 years since your death.
I hope this isn't a curse. Every 2 years, something happens.
But don't you worry. Because you know why? You're a part of a family, man. You're a part of a family. You were residing with your grandfather until his unfortunate passing a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
But,
don't talk about it. Don't like that. Please stop.
Yeah. God will close his mouth now. And you're holding on strong. You're burying those emotions. It's fine. You start laughing. This is the sound that joy makes. But I had to. I saw the opportunity. But just when all hope seemed lost, Darien, a beautiful saint, had come to bless you. Mrs. Lakula saw you all alone with no family to your name. She took pity on you and brought you into her warm, loving arms. You don't care that you didn't really know this woman. You're like, that's kind of how adoption works, right? You don't really know the person. You just kind of go off of first instinct. And,
I didn't have any choice.
You didn't really have a choice. Currently, you were at a type of orphanage. It wasn't...
It's a fucking grab-and-go orphanage, that's what it was.
It was kind of like that.
Like fast
you weren't
food.
in the... fast children. You weren't exactly in the best part of Taiwan, so, you know, some areas were a little bit more loose. It wasn't, like, ghetto, but, I mean, it wasn't high class either.
Yeah.
So, the orphanage was a little more looser on its rules. But you are in the Lakila car 2 years later. What does Darien look like? Would you like to describe yourself to the audience?
Well, his clothes are his style is relatively the same as it's always been. He kind of just put more money into it, I guess.
Okay.
Basically, I mean, he's got just a normal pair of shorts, normal shirt. He likes his V-necks.
No, go on. I'm sorry.
What?
No, it just caught me off guard. It just caught me off guard. Look, I'm gonna need every single laugh I can get.
This man likes his V-necks. Yeah,
Man likes his V-necks.
Yeah, and exposed to the collarbone. No, he's got one of his many sweatshirts. Yeah.
What does your sweatshirt look like? Is it nice and soft like your grandfather? Ooh.
Yeah, no, it's...
Go on, I'm sorry, I'm a horrible person.
It's fine. It's just it's a pullover hoodie. There's there's like a hole in it that I want to stitch back up.
You can maybe do that at the house.
Yeah, it got nicked on some barbed wire fence or something.
I'm sure you have done something stupid.
Yeah.
We'll just have that as the story for that. I did something stupid.
Yeah, it's kind of a commonplace thing. I'm trying to keep myself.
It's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, it's based. I mean, my clothes are always a reminder of something.
That's good. That's good.
And the most important thing, the colors match well.
That's true.
Yeah.
Now, my question for you is, I was going to ask what your story is, but I think I'm going to save that unless you want to share something from it to the audience.
I don't know. What would be a better place for it to be revealed?
Oh, I don't know, wink. All
right, I'll take that wink as a maybe.
So, I guess the real question I have to ask is, how do you feel? And what's going on through your head right now? How do you feel, Darien?
Well, it just feels like deja vu, really. That's all I can think of. I'm hopeful that this will be better.
Well, from what Mrs. Lakila described, it sounds like it's going to be a lot better, though she could have been lying, you don't know.
Yeah, where am I going? Where is this car kicking me? No. Yeah, so I kind of have no choice, so I'm just gonna try to make the best of everything, really.
Okay.
And maybe forget about some things. Not ready to unpack a couple things. I'll process those emotions later.
Yeah, your memories were kind of going off the radar as you were blankly staring out of the Lakila car. Or Lakila, excuse me. Now, Darien, your eyes turn away from the window. You're getting a little tired of staring at it, and it's bringing on some intense memories for some reason. And you look to the rest of the members within the car. Your attention is caught by the closest person to you, Miss Yue Lakila. She sits to herself, legs together, hands folded in her lap, back straight, and head down. you remember her mother stressing that you two were the same age, and you remember her exclaiming how beautiful her daughter was. And sitting this close to her in the back seat, Mrs. Lakela wasn't lying. Upon glancing over, you are met with her dark, wavy, glossy brown hair. It stretches down past her shoulders and stops around her upper chest and back. Unlike her mother, Yue's skin is not very pale. She looks Latino in comparison to her mother. I'm going to be real.
All right.
Her mother's skin is the whitest thing you have ever seen.
It's just not like
it's just snow
peach or anything. It's just
snow.
Yeah.
You also notice she has a lot of makeup applied, Miss Yue. It seems a bit heavier in some specific areas, generally in the face, because that's where you can see it. Not sure why, but, it's her choice.
Real talk, though. I would just... like, a lot of Asian girls tend to apply more makeup than most cultures.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yep.
So currently this isn't a rude sight to me.
No, it isn't, but I described it as heavier in a few specific areas.
Yeah.
Not generally all over the face, though it's splendid and fine. Now, she's wearing generally fancy clothes. It's nice. She looks well dressed. She has just like formal clothing on is the best way to put it. But the one thing that stands out is she has a little seashell necklace on. It's the one thing your eye's kind of drawn to. But then you kind of turn your face away when you feel her soft hazel eyes staring back at you, a little confused as to why you're staring. And
yeah, I'm not going to make this awkward.
You just kind of dart your head away, like, oh, shit. It's like, I don't think she saw me. And turns around right in front of you. No, she didn't see me. Now, turning your attention away from Yue
to the other members
the front of the car.
To the other members of the Lakela crew.
Oh yeah, to the whole funky bunch.
Yeah.
You see, Mr. Lakela, he's in a very similar position to his daughter. The man's legs are together, his hands are neatly in his lap, along with a straightened back as well, and his head is facing downwards too. You see, he's a generally fit man. He has a lean figure, muscle built around his arms. He has well-trimmed, thick black hair, and a very prominent mustache that connects to his sideburns. Looking closer, you can see a bit of gray as well. How unfortunate. He has very formal clothing. It's your typical suit and tie type look. It's very black and white. There's no real color to it, and he just kind of sits to himself, very silent, very quiet. Not much to him. Now, we go to our last person, Collin, Darien. As for the final person within the car,
I wonder who that is.
It's O.J. Simpson. That would be the one driving it. The lovely woman that took you in herself, Mrs. Lakela. Right from the get-go, the first thing you notice was just how freaking tall she was. When she first met you, you almost had to crane your head up to kind of make eye contact with her, because she stood really close to you. She seems very frail, very thin, very skinny. She has a very slender look and movement to her. However, she usually wears very large and baggy clothing, so it kind of gives the illusion she's bigger than she appears.
Mm.
Almost like what a peacock does when it unravels its feathers. Now, what she typically wears, and actually how she greeted you, was with a very traditional and royal type looking clothing. You could tell it was very Taiwanese in nature, and it was just something you hadn't really seen. It was just kind of an interesting sight. But, I mean, the dress was very pretty. There were many beautiful designs on it. What she currently wears now, because driving with a dress like that is a little difficult, she's wearing a business suit. She has a few traditional designs snuck on it, but it's relatively modern in form. Now, the next striking thing about this woman that you always find yourself staring at is just how pale her skin is. I was telling you about this. It really makes her raven hair stand out, and she has it tied up in a bun. She has a few of those Chinese hair sticks stuck into it to keep it in place.
Yeah.
And she wears a lot of makeup. Surprisingly more than you,
Huh.
You continue to look at her until her gray, muted eyes stare back at you through the mirror. She gives a hearty smile, a nice warm smile. She says, "Darien, my angel, how are you feeling?"
I'm feeling like I don't know how to pronounce your guys' last names.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry.
I'm sure you get that question a lot, so mind if you pronounce it?
Not usually from other Taiwanese folk, but I didn't consider the fact you were American. It is Legila.
Legila.
Yes, the Legila family.
Alright. I hope I don't have to ask you that again.
I certainly hope not either. Now, are you excited to see your new home?
I mean, sure.
We're so excited to have you here with us. Aren't we, husband? And you see her husband is just looking down and he mumbles to himself and he nods, just he's very, very happy, yes. And it reminds you almost of your dad, except he was able to get a few more words out. And she just responds, "Oh, yes, very excited."
I should have think to myself, this is a good sign.
I don't know, she seems friendly. A little overbearing, but I mean, she seems friendly.
No, I was talking about the dad.
Ah. Yeah, you don't know what the fuck's up with him. He's just looking now. But you see, Mrs. Lakula, she just kind of looks back to you and is all like, "So, I hear you have a peculiarity, Darien."
Okay, yeah, I do. I don't know how you figured that out, but, I mean...
Well, when we went to take you in, we had a few legal documents given to us, and it showed on your birth record that you were born with the signs that led to a peculiarity.
Right, yeah. Funny thing is, I actually didn't figure out about that until... 3 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, you know what streaming is, do you?
Looks to her husband. Husband looks to her. He just shakes his head like, "Don't look at me."
Yeah, well, you broadcast yourself to the internet, so people can...
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I played video games and such. So, one of those games was a karaoke game, and I never sang before. And I think I picked the song Holding Out for a Hero, and yeah, I realized that I could just masterfully sing it without any practice. So I investigated, and turns out that I have a musical quirk. I can master any instrument and masterfully sing anything.
That is absolutely incredible. With a peculiarity like that, you could become successful beyond your wildest dreams.
I'm not going to let my quirk define my success.
Oh, any reason?
Well, I have my reasons. That's just all I'm going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry to pry, sweetheart. I don't mean to. She continues to drive. It's a little bit of a way. And she continues on and says, "It's a shame to hear about your previous family, Darien. The woman at the desk, she told me a bit about, how they found you. These must have been tough times growing up in a family like that. But cheer up. They're in the past now. We hope to make this experience much better for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetheart. She looks back to you and Yue, and she's like, "So, are you and Yue getting to know one another back there?"
I haven't said anything to her yet. Hi, Yue.
She just awkwardly glances to you and then just looks back down. She just goes, Oh, Yue. Yue has a very difficult time making friends. Don't you, sweetheart? Yes, mother. Either way, I do so hope you two can connect. I already feel something beautiful blossoming.
That's a weird way to phrase that, but okay.
Oh, I suppose. And so you continue to drive.
Nobody can feel that there's just a pressure. There's just a huge pressure in the car. Like, this is awkward. Let's just go to the place.
You don't really know how to feel. You're just kind of in a funk.
Like, what the fuck is just going on right now?
Yeah, it's no, that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe they're nervous about taking me in or something, but I mean, it's two of them, not the mother. What? They're just. I'll figure it out later.
I'm reading our session chat. They don't seem to like Mrs. Lakila. I don't know what's wrong, guys. She's such a saint, such a kind soul. Oh, I'm being demonized. It's just what I wanted.
Put him at the stake. No.
We're going to continue on, my friends. You're driving through the car. Everything's happy and lovely. Right, Darien? Yeah! Cuts them off. As your conversations begin to end, thank God, you look back out the window, and from what Mrs. Lakula told you before, it seems like you're nearing your new home. You see the car enters the neighborhood she told you about, and it's just as gorgeous as she described.
My mouth keeps open.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen a house as big as this.
You've seen it in pictures and video games, and somehow it can't even hold a candle to this. You see, the little community is locked off by a large steel fence, like one of those private neighborhoods in California. Looking around, Mrs. Lakula rolls down the window for you, and you just kind of stick your head out. You look around, and you just see the small heaven that surrounds you. The road looks freshly paved, and without tire marks or tear. The sidewalk is clean without a single crack or piece of dried-up gum rotting away on it. Each lawn is perfectly mowed and cut to absolute perfection. You see, everyone's bushes and trees are properly trimmed. The strongest ones are even bearing fruit. Shooting your gaze everywhere, you see small children frolicking and playing. Some actually have capes on. You see one has a little green cape and just screams, "I'm Mr. Super!" And he just runs around, his fist is out. And he's just beating up what you assume to be his brother. Like, he's literally wailing on him, like, "Get him!" The parents are just smiling like, "Oh, look at them." Oh God, I'm just imagining that sight. That was unscripted. That wasn't in my notes. So,
yeah, Darien's just like, what?
Are we just gonna ignore that? But the car keeps on going. Others are even having a barbecue, and they wave to you and smile bright like, "Hello, neighbor! A wonderful time!"
Yeah, sure is.
You're still hung up about the kid. Everything about this place seems splendid. Everything about this place seems wonderful. Everyone appears to have a good time.
There's
definitely not great.
There's just one thing that's just like... There's one little thing that just a little off.
Just a little.
I'm trying to figure out what that is, you know?
Is it the kid getting assaulted?
I mean, that could be one thing, but...
I'm just gonna keep referring back. Oh my god. I didn't expect this to be so funny.
Hey, it's the kid back there, okay?
Ah! He just screams, spits up blood. Help! So,
I'm actually worried there.
Yeah, it's fine. Well, what do you think, Darien? Is it an upgrade from where you last were? Seems awesome.
Yeah, I'm currently just started taking this all in. I've never seen anything this clean. It's making me uncomfortable.
Just a little. You even think the grass is polished at this point, and the dirt. How do you polish dirt? But I'd like you to roll me an awareness check, good sir.
Alright.
While I continue to read the session chat as I get demonized.
Another 16.
I will turn her into bitch pudding. Dear God!
I don't know, why do you guys have such a problem with her?
She's so sweet! And she's a little off-putting, but I mean, yes, those are the kids. So, you got a 16?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know
As
what?
you're looking around, oh, yes, you may speak.
Yeah, this reminded me of the first game when I actually did get a ton of 16s. Something's going on.
Oh my god, you did.
Yeah.
I wish we recorded that game, because that would have been interesting to compare these two. But, I digress.
Mm.
As you look to the other members of the car, you notice the only one smiling is Mrs. Lekula. She's driving, she's having a good time, she's smiling, waving to people. Waving to people. However, her husband and daughter still have quite a somber look to them.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is normal, and they've just gotten used to it at this point. You don't know, but they don't even really move their heads from their current positions. They don't look to anyone, they don't wave to anyone, they just look down and just keep to themselves. But Mrs. Lekula seems to be having a good time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know.
Something wrong, Darien? What's wrong, Darien?
Something.
Nothing's wrong, Darien. You're happy, Darien.
You know, we'll get to it when we get to it. I'm just gonna wait until I get to the house and just, I don't know, maybe something sad happened recently and.
Yeah, I mean, no. Honestly, that could be it.
Who knows? Maybe their sibling died and I'm the replacement or something.
Jesus Christ!
Wait, what the fuck? What? How'd that come to me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jesus. I didn't mean to say your name in vain. Now, soon, the car leaves the neighborhood and it goes up a one-way road. It's surrounded by dozens of trees, creating a beautiful natural overhang. You see black lampposts placed along the side of the road with well-trimmed bushes to act as a guardrail. It is a sunset, so it is getting progressively darker, so you do see automatic lights and the black lamps just flick on. They release a nice, calm light. Let's see. The cement, as the car enters this path, turns into a well-designed cobble brick road. Eventually, the car slowly arrives at the Lekula Manor. The car pulls into the driveway roundabout, and in the center, you see an automatic fountain spewing water high into the air, surrounded by a beautiful garden with 4 extravagant purple prunus trees. And they kind of look like cherry blossom trees, except they have less blossoms on them. And they're, I think, bigger. They look pretty.
Yeah.
But your eyes quickly shift from the little centerpiece to the massive manor. And I spelled manor wrong in my notes, and I'm going to fix that, because that will annoy me. The building is undeniably breathtaking. You see it's a mix of a very modern home with traditional designs and flares brought to it. You see massive glass windows that peer into the house, and the inside already looks incredible. You see all of these gorgeous details, the multiple stories, the beautiful carvings, and so much more. It's too much detail for your mind to even comprehend. You are so taken aback.
I can't process this.
You can't process this, like, at all. The one thought you can think of is, however, just how lucky you are to have a home like this and to be a part of a family like this, right? This is what you're thinking after all, right?
Hey, this,
Darien.
Mrs. Lakula?
She looks to you. Yes?
I mean, this is kind of an obvious question, but why me? Like, why'd you take me in?
I'm glad. She says, "Oh, I'm glad you asked that, sweetheart." And the car slowly comes to a stop. Everyone gets out of the car. She goes over to help you out, and she just says, "Well, when I went down to the orphanage, I was looking around at all the kids. But when I found you, there was something in your eyes. You had a certain fire, a passion in them, that I couldn't help but I wanted to nurture and help grow. I want to see that little flame you have in those eyes of yours grow into a bonfire. I want you to put your heart," she says, poking at your chest, "wherever it may go. I could see the passion within you."
That's actually very sweet. There's someone similar to that, like, those are the words I would describe him. And,
oh, I'd love to meet him one day.
Oh.
That was a very blunt oh.
Yeah, never mind.
Is something wrong?
No, well, I'm very happy for you taking me in. This is definitely a once in a lifetime chance, and I'll be sure to contribute to this family. I think that's how it works.
Don't you worry. We're very grateful to have you with us. We can't thank you.
Alright.
And she says, "Alrighty, well, let's see the inside." And she just kind of helps you around and she brings you over to the door. Her husband and Yue just kind of hang back a little bit. They let you take front and center. She goes up, she unlocks the door, opens it up, and... "Ho, doggy. Ho. Ho." That's the reaction to the inside.
I think I'm gonna faint.
Upon first entering in, the main hallway is beautiful. I don't know why I'm reading it like this. You step on a long, lovely rug that stretches far. Many decorations grace the walls of the house. To top it off, a great white chandelier dawns the ceiling, shining brightly upon you, and illuminating hallways and doorways that lead in so many directions. There is just too much to explore.
Yeah,
and she screams, "Welcome home, Darien. Welcome to where you belong, sweetheart."
At this mention, I'm just like broken out of my shock. Yeah, I get and funny thing is, I feel my phone ringing in my pocket. I pick it up, and apparently the contact info is Grim Reaper. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna
No, you don't have that. You cannot use that.
No, I said
you.
I have no clue what it is. I'm just gonna shut it off.
On your phone?
No, it's like a call coming in. No, you know when a call comes in and you see.
I see.
Yeah.
A call comes in. 1-800 Grim Reaper. God answers and says, "Fuck off, Anthony," and then hangs up.
Yeah.
You're not taking her out that easily. My face is tired. Okay, yeah, you're in the house. How do you feel? But it's free. A one-time kill for free. First time's always free.
Oh no.
So,
yeah,
you're inside the manor. What do you think?
Well, it's previously broken onto into a shock that I'm going right back into.
It's like a groundhog coming out of his hole, smelling spring, and then not liking it and running back in.
That's an accurate depiction.
Fuck those groundhogs. They don't predict the future, they're assholes. So, describe to me Darien's mindset. I'm very curious as to how...
I'm just like, why me? Is this like God's way of saying, you went through some shit, so I'm gonna help you out for the rest?
Yes. And we'll go with that.
Yeah. So, I'm like, the family's kind of weird, but...
Oh, nice.
I mean, first impressions, right?
Yeah.
The place is very nice. I've actually never been in something as clean and luxurious as this. This is.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
Okay. She just says, "Oh, dearie me. No, Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's nothing. Money doesn't mean everything.
Well, we can hopefully try and give you a much better life. We can hopefully try and make this one a lot more enjoyable. I imagine you want to see the rest of the place, yes?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Now, I don't feel I have the energy to tour with you, sweetheart. Mommy's very tired. Yue! And she just slowly walks over. Yes, Mother. Could you take Darien and show him around the house? I need to rest for a moment. Of course, Mother. Thank you, sweetheart. I'll be back to check on you guys in a little bit. She's going to show you all the rooms and where you'll be staying. Husband, would you mind getting Darien's things out of the car? And he nods. He just slowly walks out.
Husband? I keep this to myself.
You keep that to yourself. And good, because I have no logical way on how she can explain that and still come off a sane person. That's the one thing I was forgetting. I knew I was forgetting something. So, she just kind of wanders over to the down a hallway. You assume it's either to her room or maybe a couch or something. She's just going to rest. Yue looks to you and she's like, follow me. I'll show you the rest of the house.
Alright.
And she just has her hands folded in front of her, head down, and just kind of walks. Now, let's see. The first room she takes you to is where Mrs. Ingwen is resting. You see, it's a large open space with two L-shaped couches parallel to each other. A few bookshelves lean up against the walls, chock full of stories waiting to be read. There are a few adjacent chairs lined up with larger furniture. There is also a glass coffee table for each couch. Oh, sorry, my body's like trying to burp. There is also... I don't know why I don't usually burp. There is also a glass coffee table for each couch with many pretty little knickknacks on them, and hanging on the walls is a massive curved plasma screen television. You don't really take this family to watch TV, but as you look at the DVDs, you see 90% of them are like historical films and documentaries and stuff like that. You don't see anything like John Wars or the John Vengers or anything like that.
I wonder why everyone gravitates towards this name John.
Yeah, I wonder why.
No one's really questioned it. I'm starting to...
Don't question our logic! You question the world, God shoots lightning at you.
Yeah, those are some odd choices there, Yue. Do you watch any entertainment?
Mother just wants me to watch documentaries. She believes that action films, drama, and all that are not healthy for the brain.
Huh. Well, I must be. I mean.
Were you gonna put yourself down and be like, "Oh, I guess I'm dumb"? Because that's what it sounded like it was gonna be.
Yeah, I was going for that, and then my brain short-circuited. So there might be some
reboot.
Yeah, my brain had to reboot. No.
Oh, lucky Betty.
Oh yeah.
Now.
But yeah, I was gonna say something, and her mother was right there in that room, so that might be rude. That might be rude.
It might be a bit, but you do notice what she is doing. She's just kind of resting down, and you see in front of her is a chessboard. And it appears she's just playing by herself. And you see she's dominating.
Herself.
You see each side is actually dominating. Each side has a king and a couple pawns for it to control. And they just keep dancing around the board. And you see she's spending a lot of intellect, thought, and time into this. But she's just off to herself. She smiles at you, then continues to play.
How does that even work?
I've actually searched it up. You can play chess with yourself. It's difficult, but you can. I don't know if I'd want to do that, but you actually can.
Yeah, it's just everything is very weird. Darien just thinks that this might just be how rich people are.
They are also a different culture as well. You are American, and they are Taiwanese, so it could just be cultural difference.
Then again, I already stayed here for a year or two.
That is true.
Yeah, so it might just be the rich district of Taiwan. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. You are actually, on the border of the capital of Taiwan, Taipei, I believe. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah,
but, you are, on the border of the city. You're in, the rich suburbs. Now, excuse me. UA just kind of says, we can move on if you'd like.
Sure.
And she waddles over to the dining room. And you see the dining room is a large and expansive area. Like most things in this mansion, a needlessly long dining table stretches from one end of the room to the other, filled to the brim with chairs. Leaned up against the walls. Oh, did you want to say something?
Yeah, how big is your family? Is this needless space, or?
It's just me and my mother and father. We have guests over every now and again.
Huh. All right. I was about to say that would be kind of a waste of space.
Mm. She just quietly responds. Leaned up against the walls of this room are glass cabinets with china plates and well-polished cutlery, and as the grand centerpiece, hanging above this room as well, is a white chandelier, very similar to the one in the entrance hall. Though this one, it feels a bit more fitting. It's almost like the setting in Beauty and the Beast, the animated one. It's very, very pretty, very well designed.
Yeah, I see.
So, whenever I stop at a room, you are allowed to roleplay if you want. It's up to you. If not, I can move on to the next room.
Mm-hmm.
So, UA slowly wanders over to the kitchen. Now, the kitchen, in comparison to the rest of the rooms, is rather small, actually, but it's very cozy. And it's still very, very pretty. The kitchen is maybe the size of what your dad's studio apartment was. So, it's a big kitchen in, comparison to anyone else's.
Oh, you can have fun with this. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. It has large glass windows that peer out into the backyard, and it helps open up everything inside. It's very neat, very well kept. There isn't a single stain, smudge, or dirty dish in sight. It's beautiful. Well polished. Now, she moves on once more, and arguably everyone's favorite room in the house, the latrine. Or, in this case, a bathroom designed by the gods. This place, the dirtiest location in the house, besides whatever may go on in the bedroom, is practically glistening. Is that a jewel-encrusted toilet paper holder? My God! Is there anything this family doesn't have?
This is what shocks me the most.
The shower curtains themselves might as well be an extravagant painting worthy of being hung up on anyone's walls. This might be your favorite part of the tour so far. A golden toilet seat! Oh my God, a golden toilet seat! Alright, you might actually want to go. You're a bit worried that if you stay any longer, you might want to sleep here tonight.
This is crazy.
You get to use this. Keep that in mind. You get to sit on a golden toilet seat.
No, what?
You didn't know those exist.
No, I know those exist, but I thought it was just like a joke.
It exists. It's here. Yua just kind of looks to you and it's like, you're very infatuated with the bathroom.
Yeah, normally people don't do this. They don't invest a ton of money into something that's supposed to be dirty.
Invest in what exactly? Looks around. She just says, we can move on.
Yeah, I don't know
Unless
how to
you'd
talk
like
to you.
to stay longer. Wait, what's up?
I don't know how to talk to you.
She's like, likewise. And she heads down to the basement. She opens up a door, it's kind of under the staircase, and you begin to make your way down. Heading to the basement, like everything else, it's massive. UA points to where they actually have their storage. It's kind of locked off in the side room downstairs. Looking around, though, you see another living room down here, and a second kitchen, and what looks to be a study room as well. And is that a bar over there? You make your way over to where you thought you saw a bar, and you see a private bar. It's well crafted, it's got stools, everything. The bottles are illuminated by different colored neon lights. It almost reminds you of a city to some extent as you look at it.
I feel like a certain bartender in Chicago is very much like this.
Oh yes, a very special one. However, I will forcefully pull you from the cannon if this becomes a problem.
No.
So she just kind of shows you around, does a little twirl, and shows it, and then she begins to walk away. However, as you begin to walk, you notice a large trapdoor on the floor locked away. It's next to the bar, and it's just kind of lying down on the ground. Do you want to ask her about it?
Hey, this is another thing that we... this is just a weird thing, alright? I'm just gonna say that right now. The toilet was weird, but this is even weirder.
Roll an awareness check.
Alright. 17.
17, huh?
Yeah.
Alright. As you point out this, she stops. She freezes, and you see her head almost lowers a bit. She becomes more stiff, and her shoulders roll up. And she takes a second. She responds in a very shaky voice. It's just a wine cellar. Just nothing else. Can we please move on?
Hey, there's something I've been noticing. You guys are just kind of... I don't know. You're really nervous, I'd say.
Nervous? I'm talking about... She says, just kind of looking around the house a little bit, around her surroundings.
It's just like, is there something wrong? And am I...
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing whatsoever. Do you want to check out the backyard?
Sure, but it's like, you're almost scared, I would say. I mean, I'm not gonna hurt you or anything.
It's not you. Never mind. Let's head upstairs into the backyard.
Alright, if you want to say anything, I'm all ears. But, I mean,
There's
alright.
nothing to talk about. And she just begins to make her way upstairs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna press any further, but in my mind I'm like, yeah, it's a little bullshit.
Yeah, it's yeah, you're not sure. But she takes you to the backyard, and it's a little bit of a walk. Sorry, I took a glance at session chat. UA takes you outside, and you see what you expected. An incredible backyard with lovely amounts of privacy. A large pool is pushed off to the right-hand side, a hot tub is snuck away in the left corner, a shed with a large ride-on lawnmower is parked next to it, another building, not connected to the house, that it's in the backyard, but it's not physically connected to the house. That building especially looks more traditional than the rest of the place. And UA starts to walk over to it. You can go.
Nah, Jerry's just thinking, my mom would have been really jealous of me right now.
That's actually a very interesting question. Does Darien at this time know where his mother and little brother are?
No, not at all. The last I heard of him is that, hey, I'm going to go and see my internet boyfriend.
Do you know where internet boyfriend is?
Somewhere, some college in New York, which I think is real fucking weird. But yeah.
Well, to each their own, I guess. But you know what? Fuck her. You're living the high life now, and you finally. I think you finally found a family that's gonna care for you, man.
I'll probably have to do some shifting around with the way they're acting, but I mean, I can try to fit myself in.
I'm sure you're gonna be able to just fine.
Yeah, totally. It's gonna be a piece of cake.
I feel like there's sarcasm in that wink. You walk over to this large, disconnected building, and you instantly recognize what this place is from the inside. This appears to be a very traditional dojo room.
Oh, shit.
You see sparring sticks hanging up on the walls, a few oriental weapons, many ancient paintings, a few slogans that you can't entirely read. It's in very ancient Chinese. It's not in Taiwanese. So it's a little difficult to read. They're cognates, but you can't make out all of it. It's something like strength and pride and courage and all that. Something about that.
Motivational stuff.
Yeah.
Strive to be like this. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's a large open area to train in. And this place looks rather exciting as well. But you also notice a fun little thing. This might also be a place of prayer. It might serve as that as well, because shoved off in one of the corners is a little shrine, and you see sitting on top of it is the yin-yang. And you know that the dominant religion in Taiwan is Taoism.
Yeah.
So you assume this might also be where the family goes for prayer and all that. So it might serve as both.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a really cool area.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask your Ray about it? You're just kind of looking around.
Is this used, or is it just all ornamental stuff?
Yeah, we use this just about every day.
Oh, really? Who do you spar with?
Oh, I don't spar with anyone. I just practice my peculiarity.
Oh, wait, peculiarity? What is it?
I can control momentum in the air. Here, and she walks over. She grabs one of the sparring sticks. She just hands it to you and says, "When I say go, just drop it."
Okay.
She looks to you and says, "Go." You let go. The stick begins to fall, and then it stops. And then you see the stick slowly begin to twirl and rise, and you see it's kind of moving like the force.
Holy shit!
And then she drops it, and then just...
You okay?
I'm fine. It just takes a lot of energy out of me. And she goes over, grabs it, and says, I have momentum control. I can control things when they're in momentum. If an object is standing still, I can't move it, but if there's air moving around or someone's coming at me, I can dictate their movements.
Holy shit. That's like the freaking coolest peculiarity I've ever heard of.
She kind of blushes for a second, looks down, and is like, thanks.
Oh. Hey, this is
she's taken aback by the comment a little bit, but go on.
Yeah, no, this is like the most surprising thing, honestly.
Yeah, she has a peculiarity, and it's awesome. It's more or less the Force, just something has to be moving. And that is not too difficult in our world, because almost everything is in motion.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just really taken aback.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So she goes over, she puts the training stick back, and yeah, you're just like, wow, that's awesome. And she begins to take you back inside. Now, finally, the party seems to move back inside, and Yue takes you upstairs to where you assume the bedrooms are. But before you see where you will be residing, she takes you to this very cozy room upstairs. It's a music room. You see the walls are padded extra thick to capture the noise and prevent it from escaping or disrupting anyone outside.
Yeah.
Many instruments align this room and are neatly placed about. It's very lovely, and you find yourself rather excited to try this room out.
Oh no. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in here.
She looks to you. She doesn't say anything. She looks to you, but then just looks back down. You like music?
Yeah, I love music. It's kind of in my peculiarity, but I've just grown to love it because of that. And yeah, I'm actually compose music and stuff like that.
That's nice. And she walks out of the room. Now, you go into your walk to your next location is rather short, as it's only 2 doors down. You enter into the art room. You see many, many homemade pieces of art, at least you assume, hanging up on the walls. You see blank, empty canvases, pencils and paints all over the place. It's very colorful. And oddly enough, this seems to be the strongest amount of color in the entire house. Because for how grand it is, it's relatively bland in terms of the color scheme. But it's still very beautiful. Perhaps you might dabble in here. I don't know how much of an artist Darien is.
Not really. Not at all.
Maybe you'll go in here and poke around a little bit, but it's nice that they have it.
Yeah.
Now, Yue quickly drives by the master bedroom, but she doesn't show you inside. She merely just tells you that's where her parents sleep, and she moves on.
I can tell this is a very uncomfortable subject.
Sometimes I can hear them. Terry! She's finally ready to show you where you will be staying. But on the way there, you see a door opened up as you walk past it. You kind of glance inside for a quick second, and you see a rather bland bedroom with no real personality to it. She doesn't even touch on it, though. She just keeps walking. You can roll me an intellect check if you would so like to.
Alright. I think I put my intellect as 3. Alright.
No.
What the fuck? 16.
Oh, the curse is back! So, you have a decent idea. It's another bedroom. You don't really see any other. That's probably where Yue sleeps. So,
okay.
It's probably Yue's room.
Yeah, rooms are a very private thing, so.
Yo, girl, let's go in your room.
Look at that.
And after that surprisingly quick tour, despite going through a mansion, You arrive at your quarters. There are technically more rooms than that, but there are a lot of repeat rooms. Like other living rooms, other staying areas. It's rather nice. Now, at the moment, your room is rather empty, but that'll change with time. You have a large king-sized bed with bland pillows and blankets upon it. Your rug is just tan. There's no other signs. You have a few dressers, a couple of tables, chairs, and a walk-in closet. While it may not have much yet, give it a day, and you'll have this place colorful in no time.
I mean,
set up with your wonderful high-tech.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'd like to think that his room just sort of hugs one of the corners, like everything that he has, just because he doesn't have much.
You don't have enough to fill up this room. No, you do not have enough to fill up this room. I can confirm to you that now. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh, did somebody join?
Yeah.
Oh, we have an individual. But as you're caught off guard by just kind of how boring it is in comparison to the rest of the house, you look to your window, and you could care less about how gray this room is. Running over to your window, you lift it open, and you are only met with a cool breeze. And then you see the beautiful sight of the capital city of Taiwan off in the distance.
You know, I can see why my dad likes this.
It really does remind you. You are on the highest floor. Now,
just the way he likes it.
Yeah. I actually have a picture. I'm going to drop it in session chat. No. There we go. That's kind of what it looks like, but it's further in the distance.
Right.
And there's more trees.
Ooh.
It's beautiful. You can't really hear the noise, so you don't have to worry about being woken up. But you can see the bright flashing lights. It's a rainbow of colors, an ocean of beauty. You can get used to a view like this, man. You get to see this every day you wake up.
Yeah, the one thing that's bothering me though is that there's there's no street life. There's no sounds of street life. That's the kind of thing that like lulls you to sleep in back in the city. But yeah,
it's a little off-putting.
Yeah, I kind of want to be closer to it, but I mean, it's a breathtaking view nonetheless.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
So that's the end of the tour. UA says, if you need anything, I can try and help you.
Oh, I don't really need anything. In fact, I don't think I could possibly need anything more.
Okay. And she begins to walk out. If you want to say anything else to her, now's the time. If not, then she's just gonna kind of pop.
Yeah, I kind of just motioned for her to just like, hey, UA, right? It's.
She stops and turns.
Something's bothering you. It's really just concerning me. So, is there?
It's nothing. I promise. I'm just I'm just like this. Yeah. You roll an intellect check if you want. I mean, it doesn't take a high roll to tell this bullshit. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, it doesn't take a high roll. Yeah, but yeah, Darien already called bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm honestly not gonna buy that. Just, I mean, if there's anything you wanna just tell me, I'm all ears, I guess. That's all I'm really saying.
She nods, and she lets herself out and gently shuts the door. Darien, you're in your room. Is there anything you want to do? Do you want to go interact with any of the family members? You know that Mrs. Ingwen is having her husband bring up all your supplies and stuff like that. It's not many boxes. I think it's only 3.
Alright. So, I guess I just set up my room, I guess. Like, once the boxes come and everything.
Tim, I swear to God, I just saw that fucking comment. Allow me to break our immersion and just go, he's in a little girl. Oh, Lord have mercy. So, well, I'm sorry, what did you say you wanted to do?
Just wait for the boxes to come in so I could set up my room.
Okay. You just kind of hang out a little bit. You actually at the city, and yeah, you think of your dad.
Yeah.
Well, you have this moment to yourself. Is there anything you say to him?
Well, he's
listening
dead.
now.
If by some chance he can hear me, just know I think I'm in good hands.
Well,
at least
if
rich
he's
hands.
if he's looking down from heaven, then he's probably smiling or screaming. It could be both. Now, Darien, you get a knock on your door.
Yeah.
The door slowly opens, and you see Mrs. Lakula. She comes in, she gently shuts the door, and she says, "Now, Darien, how are you adjusting? How is everything?"
It's gonna take a while. I'm not used to this lifestyle.
I asked Yue how the tour was, and she said you were very taken aback by a lot of the house.
Yeah.
Well, I do hope you get used to it soon. I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable here. It's the last thing I want to do.
Okay.
So, she just kind of sits down on the bed, and she's like, "Here, have a seat with me, Darien, for 1 sec. I'd like to talk to you about something."
I'm fine by the window.
Oh, okay. Now, I know you just arrived, and we're blessed to have you with us. But I would like to inform you on what life is going to be like around here. I was talking with my husband, and came to the idea that even though the year is winding down, and you have been out of school for a few weeks, we do believe it would be the best idea if you finished up the year.
Oh, totally.
You're okay with that, sweetheart?
Yeah, meeting new people and... yeah.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. We were very worried you wouldn't want to go back.
Why would you be worried?
Well, it's Yue. She's very socially awkward, Darien. She has a problem mingling with the other kids. She doesn't have any friends at the school. She doesn't know how to talk with others. She's very shy, and it would be nice if we had a gentleman such as yourself to, help her.
You don't need to ask me that. That's kind of my instinct,
Oh, that's lovely. It's nice that she'll be able to have you, hopefully. The poor frightened pet, she has no one else to turn to but me. Her dear mother. I'm glad you can do this for me.
Whoa, pet? Pet?
Who said pet?
I was misheard or something. Anyways.
She just kind of says, that would be very nice. And I think to nail this point home, Yue has a bit of a schedule that she does around the house. I think she might have mentioned it to you. She does dojo practices to increase her skill and her peculiarity.
Which is very cool, by the way.
Oh, she showed you? Oh, that's lovely.
It's currently
very proud.
Yeah, I think it's currently the coolest peculiarity I've ever seen. Quite frankly.
I'm very proud of my daughter. She is so gifted. She also does practice music as well. That's where I would really like to focus, because she is incredibly skilled in combat and she's getting better and better. But music is what has kept the Lakila name so prominent. and we'd like her to really master it.
I mean, I'd have no problem with that. I'll be in there most of the time either way.
Would you mind helping her?
Oh, I mean, of course. I love like playing with other people too. So, yeah, that'd be appreciated.
Darien, I've never met a young man as kind as you are.
That's
You're so sweet.
You don't go around looking that often. I'm sure there's nicer people out there.
I usually stay to the house. I usually stay here. I clean up the house. I reset everything. My husband, however, he goes off to work.
Where does he work?
Well, he works at a very, very high-tech business. We'll insert this world's equivalent to Microsoft. Micro John. He works at Micro John.
It's just the logo. The logo is a small John waving.
It's just me doing the most retarded face you can imagine. Just like eating a computer. Now, she does rise and she says, "Oh, that's great. Now, tomorrow is Friday, so it will be the last day of school. Are you comfortable heading to school tomorrow?"
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, there's no problem with me adjusting to any language issues either. Yeah. I mean, I've been here for a while, and my parents spoke Taiwanese.
Oh, I'm so glad because, well, it wouldn't have mattered too much. I know many, many languages. I want to actually look on her list again. How many languages does she know again? She knows Taiwanese, English, Mandarin Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Thai, and Korean. She can speak a lot of languages, Darien.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it probably wouldn't have been a problem.
I have a suggestion for that company name.
Yes, go on.
Macrosoft.
Oh, that hurts.
I mean, every single company name here has been a terrible pun, so I'm just keeping it up.
And I love it. So she's about to leave, and she goes, "Oh, and one last thing.
Yeah?
I just remembered my husband and I were talking about this before we picked you up. And I came to the conclusion, as usual, that we should throw a celebratory dinner in your honor. We would invite a few family friends over and celebrate your arrival. I'm thinking next Sunday, but you don't need to worry about that yet. Sit down, relax. You're at home. You're with Mommy."
I mean, in my honor, it's just call it a party.
Whatever keeps you comfortable.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to go back downstairs. You just adjust yourself. My husband should be back up with your boxes in no time.
Alright.
Have a good night, Darien. Welcome
Sure. Yeah, you too.
Shuts the door. Oh, you seem so awkward. You seem so awkward around her. Is there a problem?
The way she says things is very... I mean...
I don't think anything's wrong with it. Is anything wrong with it? You're happy, Darien. You're happy.
Who knows? It could be like a rich thing, but currently it's like
rich people. They'd be weird, fam.
Yeah, he's not gonna question it, but just the way she talked about UA was kind of weird.
She just wants the best for her daughter. I don't think she said anything wrong.
Pet.
Excuse me. A gazoon type.
Oh God.
Oh, I'm a terrible person. So, eventually, after you continue to look, you hear a knock on your door, and her husband comes in. She drops the 3 boxes and says, I hope I didn't ruin anything.
Huh? No, that's fine.
All right. Welcome home, Darien.
Yeah, okay. He's about to say likewise.
It's like, oh wait, no, that's not how you talk.
He's totally the kind of person that whenever someone says happy birthday, he says you too.
I can see that. So, Darien, you have your boxes. You can set up your room. It's open role play. You can do what you want. But if not, you'll tuck her in for the night.
Right. How much time does he have? Just in the day?
Well, the sun's still setting, so as much as you'd like.
Well, the night is my day, so... Yeah, he...
Oh, your cameo exists then. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, so... He kind of, just turns on the PC, and...
That's my PC noise.
Yeah, and he goes on the John Tendo application. John Tendo Quitch.
Oh, perfect.
And boots up to the ends of the earth.
The best video game series, so...
Yeah, the one where Grimgor is the main character, even though you're playing... Like, you're playing a side character, and it's all just about how cool Grimgor is.
At this point. Now, we'll move on from that. And you rest the night. Now, the morning breaks. Darien, you bear witness to a terrifying sight. Dozens of portals open up across the city and tear black empty voids into the crystal blue Texan sky. Drones, alien ships, and other creatures start to soar out of them, descending toward the earth. You see the large vessels flying throughout the city, ejecting what you know as mechana onto buildings nearby. They grip the sides of skyscrapers, leaving claw marks as they just slide down. But you see them all look to the street down below, and they hiss wildly. They don't like something. The camera cuts to a truly cinematic shot. Their pitiful screeches are overshadowed by the bellowing roar of a massive hulking green creature. Text begin to show at the bottom of the screen. The name reads Grimgor. He roars violently as the camera pans around everyone else that stands with him. And if you think this is a shameless Avengers parody, then you are correct. You see his pet boar, Piggy. It scuffs up the ground with his hooves, and atop the orc's back is Crinklebeard, manning the cybernetic War Siege crossbow, while laughing to himself. Kneeling next to him is Noctis, clicking a few buttons on his suit, and it begins to shift and change, adding more features and becoming a bit bulkier. Standing next to him is everyone's favorite Dice Eater, even though he hasn't performed that action in beta, Paragon! Locking his rifle in place and pointing it to the sky above. Oni raises her sword and readies a defensive position, letting her elemental powers consume the blade. Diablo flutters down from the sky with the scythe in hand, glowing with the power of darkness. His daughter Oscuro, or rather Valerie, is next to him, and she readies her sickles. Crimson Heart clicks her bloody pistols, Starflare engulfs herself in flames, Renew slithers around with his viney body, Paladin slowly descends as well, and Saturn VI readies his time manipulation powers. The team stands in a circle, ready to fight.
That was a long cutscene.
Yeah, very much so. And you see it cuts over to the director's perspective, and it's just like this overly flamboyant guy. It was such an incredible experience being able to recreate this iconic event with the actual icons themselves. It was so wonderful. They were all so friendly. We had a great time, and we really just hope this film helps show people why the icons are some of the best of us. And through his speech, they show behind-the-scenes bloopers of the icons laughing on set, fumbling with their equipment. We have a great time. Oni loses herself as Diablo's like twirling around his scythe in an epic position. It just goes flying off screen and just lands in someone. And a few people, actors dressed up as Mechana, start running as Grimgor thinks they're actual Mechana. Starts charging at them. And the documentary pauses. Your professor walks forward and he's all like, "And class, I'm going to pause it there for right now. The period's winding down. We'll continue the rest of the documentary tomorrow. But, just to give you some more context, the scene that was being depicted by Mr. John Cameron was an incredible recreation of the actual historic event that the icons fought in. This will be on the final. I want you all to put down notes. Now, this is when the icons
shit, I
first
thought this was a
united.
movie!
What's up?
Darren's like, oh shit, I thought this was a movie!
No, it's a documentary. It's a dramatic and the actual icon come back to do stuff. It's a Gore interview. Yeah, no, your teacher's just kind of like, come on, everyone, we only got a few weeks left. We want to make sure this information is in your head and all that stuff. Now, keep in mind, this is important. This is not when the icons first met. This is when they first came together as a team, and it keeps rattling on and on. Darren, how invested are you in this? Why don't you
Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought they were just watching a movie or something, and then because like they must have been halfway through it, and he didn't take any notes.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, why don't you give Darren's opinion on the icons maybe a second? What do you think of them? Just for a sec.
Well, that's a lot to unpack, I would say.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you can save that information.
Yeah, well, he kind of just goes to the professor and it's like, I don't understand why everyone's so enamored with these icons.
Oh, do you say that?
Yeah.
And he says, oh, Darien, please, next time raise your hand and wait for me. But, what was your question again?
Well, it's not much of a... I just don't understand why everyone... I don't know, why we're all obsessed with these guys. I mean...
Everyone kind of looks to you, like a little shocked. Yuna lowers her head as you're in her class, because Mrs. Ingwen, or Mrs. Lycola was just kind of like, we're just going to give you a schedule to finish up the year. So you're kind of in all her classes. Yeah,
well, to answer their question, their looks of, like, I don't know, like, what the fuck? They're what the fuck looks. Yeah. They're like, I mean, you don't need to be an icon in order to be a hero. Give credit to stuff like soldiers, paramedics, firefighters, and even inner city teachers. A lot of them are heroes in their own right, and they don't need peculiarities to achieve their heroism. Like, they do risky jobs, even the public gives them negative press. I mean, that takes cojones. Shit police get for doing this stuff is incredible.
The professor actually, a few people snicker at you, weirdo, and then and then your teacher is kind of like, no, settle down. Hey, come on, class, come on. No, Darien, that's a very valid point. Now, while I'm not as obsessed with the icons as many people, and technically by law I'm not allowed to give my opinion, I do understand with your statement. You don't need a peculiarity to become a hero. That is very well said. Thank you for your opinion, Darien.
That's not exactly the point. Whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't entirely understand.
Yeah, this is just abstract people.
He's just kind of like, well, besides all that stuff, I want to ask you, does anyone have any questions on heroic history and general global history? Now, Darren, how the classes work nowadays is, I never had this personally in real life, but at Shen, did you ever have those classes where it was like math class and then on certain days you had math lab?
No.
But did you know people that had that?
You.
I didn't have that.
I was kidding.
Well, that's kind of a thing.
Right, okay.
So on certain days, it would basically be a double period of math. I never had that.
That sounds like
Tim had it.
Sucks.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes science would actually do that as well. And they would have like science lab.
Well, yeah, I have that. Like, everyone has that.
Yeah. So technically, this class is like that. You have your general global history, but then every other day you have the period just continues into another one, and you have heroic history.
Oh.
So you learn about both. The country, like many others, has required that students be taught of heroic history since it plays such a prominent role in society. Yeah. So he's more or less asking, does anyone have questions on both. A few people ask questions. One answers, I'm sorry to keep asking this, Professor. No, please, go on. I want to make sure you pass this. But what was that one war hero that helped the USSR rise again? You see that, class? Very important question. Modern history will be most of this final, considering a lot of these historic entries have happened only a couple decades ago. This information is important, and to answer your question, history remembers this man merely as Richter. Textbooks have no last name, family ties, or any personal information associated with this man. However, what we do have on him is the countless battles he fought, the land he took, the coups he staged, and so much more. This man was a huge cause of casualties for many Ukrainians and other nations along the border of the USSR. He was the country's best sniper. You gotta be sure to remember him. Many important historical figures like that will be on the test, whether it be one question or several.
Yeah, I already forgot.
Oh, you're gonna fail. Don't worry, Mrs. Lakela can buy off the school.
I don't need that. I want to do it with my own efforts. So, as they continue to ask questions about heroes and all that stuff, roll me an awareness check. This is technically a little bit in the past to when you were watching the documentary, but we'll do it then. It's fine. I got a 23.
Good God! All right. As they showed the heroes pan around, and as people ask questions about individual icons and their stories and heroes and all that stuff,
I'm just taking down notes.
just frantically like, shit. Which one was Grimgore? That's the one in the suit of armor, right? No, that's Noctis. Shit. They all look the same.
I think what's funny is probably this class is the easiest one since it's just in media and everyone knows about it.
It's the easiest one, and yet it's the most difficult one for you.
It's like the art history of college.
Yeah. But when people ask questions about Oni, the hero Oni, your eye is actually caught on UA. You notice for the first and only time, she actually perks up. And you see a bit of a slight smile go on her face whenever Oni's mentioned. She just seems more invested. That's just something you notice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after answering a few questions, the clock gauging his time, it's like, and we only have a few minutes. All right, come on, everyone. We only have a few weeks left. I want to see you all pass. Are there any more questions? I want to be able to grade your tests and not feel like I need alcohol to get through it. I don't want to see you in my class again, John Lee. And John Lee responds, I blame the aristocrats. And he just walks out.
Well, Darian's too stubborn to ask for office hours, so... The internet will help me.
The internet, Spark Notes will help you. John notes. So you continue on. The teacher continues prattling on, and he's like, oh, and one last thing before the bell rings. I have a minute. All right. So it's time you guys have to start thinking about your futures a little bit. Now, considering you're in the heroic course for this, I am obligated to give you this. And he goes over to his desk, he pulls out a bunch of papers, and he just has a bunch of individual stacks on his desk. And he says, these are application forms for multiple hero schools. Now, Darien, you are in a private school. So you're in a very wealthy, very private school. So it's really good, it's really great. So when he says this, it makes a bit more sense. I wanted to mention that. So he says, because you're going to this school, you all are incredibly gifted. You have incredible talents, and because of this, you might be able to get into one of these schools. That's why we have some of the top tiers, like the Washington High School of Heroes, and insert others here that I didn't care to make up. And continue on. But yeah, it's just kind of, it continues like that. And he's just like, there are many hero schools here. If anyone's interested in continuing their courses, I suggest take one of the applications. Just read it over. They have links to the website. You can check them out there. Do what you want. It's up to you. And the bell's about to ring, so go loose. Have fun. Be sure to study. That's my bell noise. And everyone gets up. They grab their backpacks and they start to wander out.
Yeah.
Darien, do you want to look at any of these applications?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what they actually have you, like, write on their applications. Like, what information would they need?
Roll an awareness check.
I mean, I'm reading it.
I want to, or rather intellect, excuse me, I want to make sure you can understand a little bit. Because there are big boy words on here as well.
Alright,
These
I'll roll
applications aren't really made for students to do on their own. You kind of need your parents to help you as well. So there might be things on here you don't understand yet.
I got a 22.
Okay. Well, wait, hang on. I gotta text something. Sorry for the loud clacking. We'll pretend a horse is running through the hallway.
I don't know why I'm rolling so high now.
I mean, I'm fine with that. It works out. So, you basically look at these flyers. The Washington High School, the one that has the highest stack, which a lot of people are taking because despite you not really caring about heroes, you have heard of this school. You do, from what you know, you're pretty sure it's like the big shot. It's like hot stuff and all that. And a lot of pro heroes go and teach at it. So you're like, oh, that's cool. You look at the application, yeah, it asks for personal information, like an email, a phone number to contact you. It asks for stuff about you, your peculiarity. But it also has very personal questions. Mm-hmm. It asks, why do you want to go to this school? Why do you want to use your peculiarity? But the biggest question is, what defines a hero? And in a parenthesis bubble, it literally says, there is no right or wrong answer. So they honestly want your opinions on this. Darien, roll me another dice. This will be an awareness check.
Okay. 17.
Thank you. Wait, why am I in the Mercury chat? You are looking at this, and then you glance over, and you notice UA is standing at the table. She's looking to specifically the Washington High School Heroes flyer. She just looks to it longingly. And then you just kind of see her sigh to herself, and she walks out.
I take 2.
Aw. You take 2.
Yeah.
And the professor just kind of looks to you and is like, well, Darien, taking a few applications.
Yeah, I have some friends who might be interested.
Oh, and I'm sorry if I didn't understand your question in the beginning. I just, I know when people speak against the grain, especially about here, things can get a little testy. I didn't want to see you get picked on for that.
Oh, no, that's fine. I've had much worse. But either way, this question intrigues me. What defines a hero?
Yeah,
normally
on his glasses.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't see such, insightful things being asked of, well, hero types.
While I'm not the biggest fan of heroes,
me neither.
Keep this on the down low because technically, like I said, I'm not allowed to say this.
I'm just glad someone has similar thoughts.
But I do like what they stand for. There are corrupt heroes out there. There are people that aren't the best, and there are people that just do it for the fame and notoriety. But people like the icons. I do have a certain respect for them. While I'm not the biggest fan of heroes, born without a peculiarity, so life got a little difficult.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine, actually.
I still respect them for what they do. I like that you want to give credit to some of the little guys out here.
Yeah, speaking of heroes you're fans of, respect, do you have any specific ones?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Do you have any specific heroes that you look up to or anything?
Do I have any? Yeah. I do always... I have three. Three that have always resonated with me.
Alright.
I've always liked Oni to some extent. She's one of the biggest and probably the most prominent Asian hero, so it's kind of nice to have a little bit of that representation out there. Not that I care about that too much, but it's nice. But I think the heroes that connected with me when I was the youngest was Mr. Super and Rising Phoenix. Rising Phoenix is not as great as Mr. Super, but I can tell he does have a... But Mr. Super, he was the first. That's why I'm always excited when I kind of go over his topic in class, because he was the best of us. He didn't have anyone to look up to except comics and movies. He saw he had a superpower, and he wanted to do something productive and good with it. He didn't have a role model. He had to set that line. So to a way, I definitely respect him.
Yeah, that's fair.
What about you, Darien? Do you appreciate any of them?
Well, not really. I don't really... It's not that I don't respect them for what they do, but I kind of just feel like... I don't know, I just have this sort of question. Like, how many of the icons would take up the mantle of heroism had they not gained their peculiarities? I'm led to believe that a lot of them only gain this, false sense of confidence because of their reliance on power to back up their words. Would they really be the same courageous people without getting their powers?
That's a question bigger than you and I can. I couldn't answer that for you. But, you know what? Born with these strange, most of us at least, are born with these strange abilities. And I'm usually a good judge of character. And when I see them talk on talk shows and when I see them in interviews, especially when they're telling their story to connect with people, I can tell most of them are being truthful. And that's something that's very important in this society. Something that we kind of lost. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, I'm sorry. I don't mean to hold...
No, this is actually... I'm honestly glad to have a talk with someone who has this kind of opinion.
I am too. How are you adjusting to the new school? I know this is your first...
I mean, I've kind of just been through a few schools already, so it's not much of a difference to me. Oh, schools just sort of blend together, usually. There's nothing really defining about each.
I can understand. Well, look, if you need any help passing this test, because I know you're not typically invested in this type of stuff, and I can understand, I can try and give you the best advice I can. I can try and help you study whenever you need.
Alright, well, if I work myself into a hole that I can't escape, then I guess I'll ask you to pull me out.
Alright, you know what? That's all we can ask for. Alright, here, get to class. He hands you your pass. You're just going to lunch. Alright. That's kind of how your day ends. It's lunch and then study.
Yeah, I guess before I wave the papers around and I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to be a judge of character, I gotta see things for myself.
That's a great way to put it. Hey, good luck, young man. I'll see you Monday.
Yeah.
And he goes back to his computer.
Okay. And
that's nice.
I jump back in. Where's the cafeteria?
He said, yeah. You actually did make quite a few friends, and you checked with them, and you know that you won't be alone in the cafeteria. Okay. And you know you have UA schedule as well, so she will be there at the very least.
Right.
So he takes you there. And then eventually we cut to you hanging out with your friends. And your conversation's been going on for a little bit. UA is kind of sitting at the far end of the table, but you two are kind of clustered together. And one of your friends, George, He's an American as well.
Oh, cool.
He kind of says, "Come on, Darien. It's a simple question: Lightning Rod, Oni, or Madam Balance? Who are you gonna fuck, marry, kill?"
I don't know any of these people.
And as he asks the question, you see a scrawny individual begin to run up. You met him before. He seems interesting. He's got like brown kind of matted hair and all that stuff. He's got a thick pair of glasses, a white collared shirt, and a red tie that's kind of loose. He's got a big thick backpack. And he comes in and says, Cole, if you would unmute your mic.
Ahoy.
Ahoy! Dude, that's a unique kind of welcome.
Guys, drop what you're doing. Look at what I got. This is the defining moment of a millennia.
Is that?
Yes, it's the early access Rising Phoenix deck.
Dude, this is so cool. Wait. I brought my Oni deck with. You want to go?
Oh, you're on. Let's look at me there. I really want to let this guy rip.
And then one friend in the background named Shen, he goes, why are you even challenging him? You know early access decks are busted as all hell.
Well, according to my analysis, the overall mana ratio to land count makes the deck equalize the playing field by having higher costing spells for a strong late game, but quivers to an aggressive early game.
But don't you think the Phoenix static is a hair too powerful for the current meta?
Not at all. Although the Phoenix decks are seeming to be resilient, the Noctis decks have a larger control spectrum, so they can easily negate the strategy.
And then George pipes up and says, it doesn't matter how powerful you think that Phoenix deck is, Jen. My Oni deck has slaughtered entire Grimgor and Diablo. If this Phoenix deck is as broken as you fear, then this just proves my superiority.
These are the kinds of fights I make.
They immediately, it's like the Pokemon battle music. They go into a brawl and they start playing. This goes on for a while. Eventually. Yeah. Do you want to say something?
I take out like a piano app and just start playing the battle theme.
Just start playing that. We cut to after the match. Steven.
Steven, is that you?
I play Rising Buildup. I gain 2 cards and I play another Rising Buildup. And I'll grab 2 more cards and play Rising Buildup again. Finally, I tap my Hurricane of Embers and you take 32 points of damage.
What? No! That's impossible!
Let me ask you a question. Do you fear death?
No! He screams! No! That's so... No way that deck should be allowed to do that!
That's how the game goes. I'm sorry, old chum, but there's only one champion for this table.
Oh God! Darren, you may react. Darren, you may react how you want to. Thank you so much, Cole. You can continue to RP Steven for a bit if you'd like.
Bravo!
Yeah, you can continue to RP Steven a bit if you'd like. Yeah, Darren, the game ends. George seems pissed.
Holy shit!
It's just like, this is so unfair, man! My Oni deck can slaughter!
And you see Steven with a D20, and he's just rolling it in between his fingers.
It's just like, I'll get you next time, Mr. Smith. Once that deck is officially out, it'll be balanced, and then I'm coming for you.
I look forward to it. More challenges shows improvement.
Snorted.
Darien goes up and grabs like the collar, grabs up like a shirt, one of Steven's shirt, and he's like, "Teach me your ways."
Ah, Jesus, put me down, please.
Put me down.
Oh, that's very unsanitary.
So, if there's nothing you two would like to say to one another, then that would be Mr. Smith's cameo, unless I want him to pop in again if I feel
He just wants to learn the mechanics here. They're very interesting to him.
Steven, do you want to teach Darien the mechanics of Phoenix the Gathering?
Phoenix the Gathering.
I suppose I can teach you a few tricks. Just be warned, this is a game of men.
Oh no! I love this so much! And this will be a product we make one day in the future, I swear to God!
Oh, God.
So, Darien, roll an intellect check. Let's see how well you retain the information.
Alright.
Cole, thank you for being able to cameo.
Yeah,
I didn't understand shit. I got a 5.
Okay, you pretend to understand. Steven, you see he's not grasping it.
Interesting. And you see him just take out a little notepad and start writing notes.
Does he take out his handkerchief?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh.
No.
Man. So, that's the whole scene. You're hanging out with your buds, you're hanging out with your friends. Oh, God. It's just... Alright, I gotta recover from that. That turned out so much better than I thought it would.
Yeah! Dude, I was actually surprised.
Oh yeah, I told you someone would cameo, I wasn't gonna tell you.
I thought it was Void.
I didn't say it was just Void.
Oh, okay.
A wink. So, that was your lunch. You're kind of spending time eating, learning some stuff. You see UA's off in the corner. She's not really looking at you guys, but she... everything that's going on. It's quite interesting, sir.
Yeah, I'm guessing she has, like, the most balanced diet meal, too.
Oh yeah, no, it is. It's like the healthiest thing you can imagine.
Yeah, I'm like... What? Whoa, that's a lot of green.
She looks to him, she's like, yeah, I like to be healthy.
Okay. Well, do you follow my diet or something?
Mom likes to have me on one.
Okay.
But, it's a bit of my choice as well, I guess.
Yeah, she seems a bit domineering.
It's just her personality. It's just the way that she shows she loves me.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, once again, I just started. I don't know. I just started got into this situation, and it's a little awkward for me right now. I'm sure I'll get used to everything, but yeah. I mean, currently I don't know all the family situation, everything.
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. Nothing really interesting happens.
That's not fun. I'll be sure to try to bring something to the table.
Thanks, I guess. As you continue to talk with her, it's just kind of... Stephen Smith is currently brawling more individuals and taking notes. Some of them have claimed if we put our decks together, we might be able to defeat him. And Stephen replies, "You thought you were fighting a mere mortal?" Don't worry, Cole.
So easily beaten, you wouldn't need that much brain power.
Oh!
Handkerchief.
Oh! Damn! I think I have actually one more cameo scene for Steven. I might be able to... as we continue on, though. Darren, you're just kind of looking around. kind of talking and all that stuff. Something catches your eye, something very interesting. The announcements come on, and it's what the school has. It's something interesting. It's a little bit of like a message of the day type thing.
Oh yeah, like we totally have that too.
We had that, but it was only in the mornings. This one is like periodically today.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a boring job.
It does. It's mainly just a guy grabbing clips and then just playing them over the mic. It's really, that's about it.
It's like it's not even attached to the mic. The mic just picks up the sound of the TV.
He just presses a button and you hear ding, ding, ding. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to your another inspirational message for the day. We hope that this brings you much joy. Everyone, look to your TV monitors to where they are, or just listen comfortably to the sound of this advertisement. I mean, motivational speech.
He doesn't sound very joyful.
I beg to differ. He sounds very happy. You see one of the TV monitors in the cafeteria comes on. You see a white screen, and then Rising Phoenix steps forward. He just goes there and he's like, "Hello there. I'm Rising Phoenix. And do you know the #1 question I always receive? Mr. Phoenix, how did you get just so darn buff? Well, I'll tell you. You can't get a body like this fighting villains all day. You need to make sure you have a healthy diet as well to stay in shape. That's why I eat Nutri-Grain." He holds up a Nutri-Grain bar to the screen. Nutri-Grain provides all the vitamins necessary to get you through the day, and provides that little dose of energy you need to stop those dastardly villains, or ace that test in chemistry, or give you the confidence to ask out that girl, or give you the energy to catch the bus when you really need a normal ride to your audition because you don't need everyone seeing you flying around the city. Only to find out that you aren't here to fight crime, just to film a commercial so you can pay off the homeowner's insurance bill. Nutri-Grain, what makes your Phoenix rise? And it just ends there.
Hold on, pause. I'm checking all of it.
You just hear him go, "And that was your motivational speech for the day. Eat fresh." And he just exits off the air. So, there we go. That happens. That's happened a couple times. It's not always Rising, but it's usually him doing a stupid as hell plug.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, that's what I call a hero.
This just reinforces my statement. This is quite literally giving me the proof. But the lunchroom continues. Stephen Smith begins to slaughter those like how Thanos does at the end of Infinity War with Wakanda. They're all charging at him with everything they got, and they're just getting flown back left and right. And it's a massacre. Stephen Smith is a god among men.
He's like cackling while he's playing.
Give us an evil laugh, Stephen. Give us an evil laugh. Thank you.
Here we have power. Oh, God.
I'll be taking notes on this.
It's like Deku, he writes notes on his encounter. So, Mr. Darien, so it's a lunch period and then followed by study hall, and then the day ends. It's not like Shen where it's 9 periods. It's just a couple periods, but they're extended for a longer amount of time.
Like blocks.
Yeah. So, okay. Do you want to roleplay with Yue in any sort of way? Do you want to roleplay with Steven or the rest of the Funky Bunch? It's up to you before school ends.
Just a general question to all of them. He's like, does that kind of thing happen all day? I mean, it's like
what do you mean?
Like the whole heroes plugging for advertisements.
Oh, I mean, usually. I mean, they are just people. They need to make money now.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that kind of just conflicts with the image they're supposed to give people, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't question it. I like looking at them punch stuff in a cool way.
Wow, that's very simple.
I mean, they're good people. They're just kind of like, you don't respect their views on heroes at all.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, oh dear.
Well, I mean, they've been raised with a sort of way of thinking, so...
I mean, everyone has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wink.
Wink.
So,
I feel like you know really well how winking works.
Anyways, the crew and I...
I call them the crew, by the way. Alright.
You spend the rest of the lunch day just kind of talking with your friends. Maybe you talk to UA every now and again, but she's very quiet. She just doesn't hold a conversation. You kind of see what your mother said when she was socially awkward. Maybe that's what just everything was about. You're a new face to her. It's all different.
Yeah, I try to like include her in the conversation.
Yeah.
And I bring up Oni, and it's like, I mean, I heard there's some respectful heroes like Oni, and I forgot the rest.
Okay. She looks to you, and she's about to say something, but then she just closes her mouth and then looks back down and continues to read.
Are you gonna say something?
Oh, yeah, nothing. It wasn't important.
It doesn't need to be important.
I like Oni. I think she's really cool, and I think that she's a pretty nifty hero.
Alright, cool. I mean, that's probably the first one I'll probably have to study. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty nifty. Eventually, the day begins to come to an end. Bell rings.
Shit, that scares me every fucking time.
That's more or less what happened at Bosie's. Good God, the original bell.
Yeah, I say someone to something, it's like, there's a lot to get used to.
I hated that fucking bell.
Yeah.
Everyone else began to sing with the new one. They began to hum the bell. Like how people do the Halo theme. But...
It's a bartender quartet.
Your group of friends, Mr. Smith and UA, all walk out because your houses actually aren't too far away. Your houses are relatively close to the school, especially the neighborhood, so you all just kind of walk. Eventually you will deviate, but yeah, Stephen Smith, you can unmute your mic and goodbye. You can say your goodbyes and all that stuff, or whatever. It's up to you.
For the most part, Steve's just walking, kind of looking at the ground, but he looks like he's in super, super deep thought.
Darren, do you want to provoke the mad genius?
I'll just wave a hand in front of his eyes.
Oh, sorry about that. You need something?
No, I was just wondering, what are you thinking about?
Too much.
I'm sorry?
I think of a lot of... It takes time.
Okay. Like what?
Too much.
He just kind of rattles on.
There's work done.
He's just mumbling, cutting. Darren, do you want to maybe invite Steven over to the house?
Hey, Steven. I go over, like, I mean, are there other people that I'm, like, walking with, too?
No, they eventually deviated off. They're all like, alright,
Alright.
It's just you, Steven, and you, right?
Yeah. Alright, cool. Hey, you're kinda cool. I mean, Yui, would it be okay if we got to invite Steven over or something?
I guess it's your choice. If you were to invite him, I think it'd be fine.
I mean, I don't know the rules around there, so...
I'm sure it's okay.
Okay.
If you go and analyze it too far, then you
Hey, Steven!
Yes.
My new house is over there. Wanna hang out?
He like starts to eyeball you like really hard for no reason. Will we be eating?
Yes.
And what kind of utensils are we using?
Oh my god. Just come over.
I don't know. I need to know these utensils. This is a make or break.
Alright, Yui, what utensils do you use?
She says, it's fine cutlery, I guess.
Is it metal?
Yes.
After you keep on reusing the metal cutlery, it keeps on keeping to the germs even after a wash. I'm alright. I think I'll head home.
Yes! That was the extra cameo. Stephen Smith begins to wave. Collin, you feel like you might see him in the future. You don't know how. Or Darien. You don't know how. But you feel like you're going to see that guy again.
As he's walking away, you just hear, but then afterwards, if I run the calculations through this section, and then he just keeps talking to himself.
You eventually wander to your exchange buddy.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about Steven. I'm like, if someone saw him from a distance, they think he's mentally disturbed.
Yeah, he's having fun. And thank you for the beautiful cameo.
Yes!
That was beautiful.
That was amazing. Steve, you always trying to make like the best characters.
Steven Smith is fucking baller.
Dude, come on, Steven, you got a track record, man.
That'd be horrifying.
Akshal was pretty cool too. I liked him in Erebus. But now, we move on. So, actually, excuse me. There was actually one person that was walking with you, but we'll pretend that he didn't care. We'll pretend that he didn't care that he offered. I forgot about that. Because he lives in the neighborhood as well.
Okay. Was it George?
No, this is Shen.
Oh, okay.
And he just kind of goes, man, could school have taken any longer? The day just is needlessly stretched out. Like, am I right?
Yeah, totally. Especially when you don't understand anything that's going on.
It's so long. It doesn't need to be that extended. I think we get the picture that heroes fly around and punch stuff. And, roll me an awareness check.
Alright. One sec. 18.
Okay. You hear Yue mumble something along the lines of, it's never long enough.
Okay.
Centrion's a good boy.
Yeah.
Do you want to... It's up to you if you want to bring attention to it. Clearly Shen didn't hear it. But he does walk into the locked neighborhood.
Yeah, I guess they'll just wait for him to go off on his own.
Yeah, he looks to you, he's like, hey, it was nice meeting. It was nice meeting. And he pats you on the back.
Yeah, sure, man.
Hey, I hope to see you Monday. I'm just praying I can get through that final.
Oh, no. Thanks for reminding me. I'm totally gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna do. Want to hold a study session or something? Or is
I was just about to offer. Yeah, I'm not usually one, but I mean, you're a pretty cool guy, man, and I need to pass this.
Yeah, Steven seems pretty smart. Should we have him come along?
I don't know, he kind of scares me, but I mean, yeah, I guess.
Oh, God.
He's maybe a little evil. But he's like, alright, I'll see you Monday, man. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too.
And he walks into his house. He has a pretty nice one. But,
well, I mean, fucking awesome in my standards.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fucking awesome. In comparison to the rest, yeah, it's you and Yue now. You're alone and you're beginning to walk up the path back to the manor. It's good exercise, too, might I add.
Yeah. So, you said something earlier. It's not long enough?
I just wish I had more time to study in school. That's all.
Well, I mean, we've got a ways away until we get to the house. Once again, I keep offering. I just wish you would take up my offer.
There's nothing wrong. It's perfectly fine, Darien. I don't know what you're implying.
Well, I mean, your mother said something about you not being socially awkward or something, but I don't think it's like that. This is something different. I can't put my finger on it.
Can we, drop the conversation? She says, almost looking around frantically, like she heard something.
We can drop it for now, but sometime I would like to hear an explanation. I can't live comfortably knowing that others aren't.
Okay. They walk up. Now, you make it to the manor. You get to the door. You walk inside, because that's what normal people do. And...
No, I walked through the window.
You walk through the window. You're dead. And you see Mrs. Lakela. She puts down... she puts down a Stephen King book that she was reading. She looks like she's more than halfway through. She looks to you, and she goes... Darien, my dove, how was your first day back at school? Were you lost, a bit confused? Were there any problems? It's okay, sweetheart. You can tell me anything.
I knew it was school.
So, is that a yes? Was everything fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you need to be concerned.
I just want to make sure you're doing all right, sweetheart. I want to make sure you're fine. Now, if you'll excuse me 1 second. And she walks over to UA, and UA hasn't even had time to, undress from her school uniform or unpack her backpack and all that stuff. And UA's mother just goes over to her and just starts to rattle off. So UA, once you're ready, I need you to go continue the same schedule to the dojo room, practice some music. I need you to clean up the house a little bit, and then I need you to start to make plans for dinner. And she just kind of rattles off all the stuff that she needs her to do, and it's her typical schedule from the sounds of it, from what she said. And she just nods and says, yes, mother. Now, she begins to walk away, and she says, oh, and Yue, I bought you a brand new instrument I need you to learn for the party. I have a few songs I would love for you to master. I set them neatly on your bed. Okay, sweetheart? I brought you a brand new cello, and I would love for you to play it when our guests come to Darien's celebration party next Sunday. It will be a beautiful reminder of just how talented the family is. Yurei responds, Mother, that's roughly a week. There's no way I could learn an instrument like that and a few songs by next Sunday. I can't be prepared. I'm sorry, Mother, please for... And she stops in her tracks as Miss Ingwen puts her hand on a pouch that's tied to her hip, and she slowly begins to unzip it. Yue shuts her mouth. She stands up tall, lowers her head, and just waits. Mrs. Ingwen walks over to her, leans into her ear, and whispers, Now you wouldn't dare be ungrateful, would you? I just spent our hard-earned money buying you a brand new cello, and have given you a little more than a week to master one simple instrument. I'm completely shocked with your behavior. Yue, and she begins to unzip it more, and you see Yue begins to shake a little bit. I gave you a gift out of the kindness of my heart. Now what do you say? She responds, Thank you. Thank you to who? Continues to unzip the pouch. Thank you, Mother. You're very welcome, honey. And she zips it closed. Now, get to your schedule. Darien, sweetheart, I'm going to have you follow Yue's schedule. She will help you with understanding what you need to do. Good luck. I love you very much. She grabs your cheek, squeezes it, and then walks away. You didn't hear a lot of it, but you heard most of it. You don't really know what just happened.
Okay.
You just kind of stands there.
Yeah, I go over to her, I'm like, that was unreasonable. I'm just gonna say this. Something's been bothering me lately, and yeah, we can talk about it later.
She doesn't even respond or mumble. She just grabs her backpack, turns around like an android, and she just slowly makes her way upstairs.
Yeah, so even though like I just witnessed all this, I know that there's some pressure on her. No, a ton of pressure on her.
You know that traditional Taiwanese families typically do this to their daughters and sons.
But I mean, like Darien is not in his place to say this, considering his peculiarity and all, but mastering an instrument in a week is not a reasonable request by any means.
Well, as a mother wants it done, then Yue will oblige.
Yeah, he was also very interested in the facts of what's in that pouch. What would scare her like that?
One moment. Hang on one sec. We'll take a quick break. My parents just came home and I want to greet them.
All right.
All right, that was quick. Never mind. So, you take off your school uniform. You unzip your backpack. You notice you still have the 2 Washington Hero applications. Do you want to put them anywhere?
I'll keep them in my bag for now and just send them over to my room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. You eventually get into some rather casual clothing. And the first step on that itinerary was the dojo. So you kind of make your way over there, and you see Yue is in there. She's just kind of twirling around the stick, practicing a few movements, all that stuff. And she is in a bit of the dojo uniform. Hers is red and black. Darien, there are a couple hanging up on the wall, some that look like they would fit you. Do you want to put one on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You throw one on. It's a tiny, tiny bit loose, but, it works. And do you want to ask Yue, like, more or less what you guys do, or?
Well, I just, like, so is this something that you generally have to go through? This whole, hey, master an instrument in a week. Hey, do this unreasonable task. Because I feel like I'm just guessing here, but that's a lot. It's a lot to ask of someone, just any normal person. I don't know. I just keep hearing, just keep seeing you, just heavily nervous about something, and based on what I saw, it's not something you can continue to pass off as it's fine anymore.
My mother was being very generous with me. She gave me a week. That's much longer than usual. I was being ungrateful. She continues to practice.
Well, I see that you haven't had a lot of experience around other families.
I don't really have any other friends.
Well, would you like me to change that?
She looks to you. She seems confused.
Come on, I'm asking if you want me to be your friend.
Um, I guess, sure.
Alright, now, something that friends tend to do is ask each other what's wrong.
Mm.
Make sure they're doing alright, because they're friends.
Yue kind of responds just like, nothing is necessarily wrong. I struggle to please my mother. So I'm just very, very nervous a lot. I want to make her happy.
There's other forms of happiness out there.
She never taught me them.
See, I've been through multiple families, so none of them have ever treated me that way. I don't even know how to describe how wrong that is.
You know what? It really is just me. I have problems with myself. I have problems, learning these instruments, and it's fine.
It's not fine. Yeah, Darian's realizing that this is something that she's lived with. It's not something that, just like how hard it was to convince his grandpa about the way his daughter had been acting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, at this point, she believes she's had a pretty good life.
Yeah, even he's struggling with his words here.
Yeah, well, she continues to practice and all that stuff. She doesn't really do like a crazy amount of stuff. She just kind of practices movements and gestures with the staff, and she just kind of twirls it around and all that. She practices levitating her objects using her momentum control, that good stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to do some stuff too. But my form is just completely terrible, and it's pretty obvious.
She looks over to you and is like, "No, it's here, I can try and help you." And she grabs onto your staff as well, and she just kind of shows you bend down like this,
Okay.
like that, twirl it around. She just kind of helps you with the motions a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually kind of start to get the hang of it. You're starting to learn some very basic movements. You notice that, actually what you kind of notice is that there's a lot of movement and mobility to this, where your hips have to be positioned, where you want to shift all your body weight, the stance that you have on your feet, and the leverage that your stick has. You notice that there's a lot that goes into it rather than just swinging the staff around wildly and hoping you hit something. And making it look cool.
Wow, there's a lot to this.
It's an old art that my family has been practicing for generations, and I'm very talented in this, and Mom's never questioned that. It's just music that I struggle with.
Well,
It just takes me a while to learn.
I guess we'll see about that later.
I guess we shall. So you continue to do the whole dojo thing. You continue to fight, twirl around, practice your peculiarities just a little bit. And
yeah, Darien, he doesn't know what to do with his peculiarities.
You just kind of scream at the stick.
No, it's more like he doesn't know how to control them.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't had the time to actually work with them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so, and after they went completely berserk that one time, he's pretty scared of doing anything with them, really.
He doesn't really like to use it, but, it's a safe space. You're just kind of practicing. Eventually, after passes, Yue says, "Okay, that's time. I need to move on to the next part of my schedule."
Sure.
She grabs a few wipes, she cleans off the stick, she hangs it back up, she changes out of the dojo robe, and she kind of says, "You might want to take a shower before we go to the next one. I know I'm going to."
Oh, right, yeah.
Darien, you get to use the god bathroom. Do you want to use the god bathroom?
I'm getting kind of pumped.
You run over inside, you have a towel wrapped around you, and you look... It's more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. You step inside. Oh my god, even the faucet is jewel encrusted.
He very gingerly pulls back the shower drapes.
He pulls it back, scared to rip it. Doesn't want to damage it.
Yeah, he's beginning to realize how uncomfortable it is to have to make sure everything is clean in a place where nothing is clean.
Yeah. And you look at the bathtub and it's practically jade. It's like a jade tub. You just look to it and it's like, I can see my reflection! You turn on the water. Oh my god, it feels like it comes from the springs of the highest mountains. It's so heavenly. It's so perfect. Oh, readjust myself in my chair. And you take the best shower of your...
Cool.
Be real, Chief.
Yeah. Not the best shower thoughts, though.
Yeah. But you wash up. You go up to your room. You change into some normal casual clothing. And you believe you're going to be meeting in the music room.
I know where that is.
You know what that is. It's actually not too far away. So, you step inside. You see Yue's taking a shower too. She's in new clothing, and she just kind of sits down. You see she has her new cello, and she starts to fiddle around with it and get for it.
All right.
What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, first off, I'm just gonna sort of ask her some questions, like, is this the first time you've been using this?
Yeah, I've never used a cello before.
Okay, I guess let's hear it.
Is she... You know what? What does it sound like? D20. Ahem. Oh, snap! She got a 15. Not including her bonus. It actually is pretty damn good. She begins to play it, and you're like, holy shit, that's not too bad.
Yeah, what I do is I go to the grand piano, probably a Steinway or something.
Yep.
And sit down and try to follow what she's playing. Kind of like a little jam session.
Oh, I like it! Roll me a d20. And roll willpower.
Okay. Plus 8. 19.
It sounds beautiful. And with Yue's occasional broken notes every now and again, it mixes in well. And you kind of have a really nice rhythm and beat going. We don't have a score for it, but that's fine. We can imagine it in our brain things.
Well, yeah, the way jam sessions usually work is that you have to sort of read what the other person is doing. They usually stay around like some nebulous state that you can easily harmonize to.
Yeah.
And then you sort of get a feel for each other's sort of the way they play, their style.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're doing. It's really... It's turning out really pretty. You two really connect through this music. You feel Yue is slowly getting the hang of it, thanks to your help. Of just kind of creating a rhythm. And your music session goes really well. You actually go beyond the time that Yue wanted to dedicate to it.
Yeah.
You go for about 3 hours actually just practicing. It's not the same song, but she goes for like 3 hours practicing this cello. You just kind of keep going. Time goes by very quickly in your state of just let's play music And eventually, when you look to see the time, you're like, oh shit. We've been doing this for 3 hours.
I have no problem with that either.
No. Do you want to alert you at?
I'll just see when we naturally finish. What that leads to.
Yeah, she eventually just finishes. It fumbles a tiny bit at the end because she's still new, but she lands it for the most part. And there you are. You finished it. Congratulations. And then she looks to the time and is like, oh my god, oh dear, I went over time. This was fun. And she just kind of rests the cello down, and she says, I have to clean up the house and then think of what we're going to do for dinner, but it was fun.
Yeah.
She walks up.
Look, it's... that's the thing about jam sessions. Get two great musicians to play together. It's honestly one of the best experiences I ever had in my life. Just synergizing together musically, I can't explain the kind of joy it evokes in me.
She smiles.
Yeah, and you call that your first time?
Yeah, I know it wasn't.
What? Alright, if I hadn't been, if I didn't know any better, I think you had my quirk.
What is your peculiarity, by the way?
Oh, I think I mentioned something about it in the car, but I can just instantly master music and instruments. Just instantly. Yeah, it's totally one of the joys of my life once I got to figure out that I had that kind of thing. I honestly didn't really have anything besides that, really. And that's kind of the thing I feel that really just makes peculiarities stupid. You sort of, it's just something that you never even worked for, and you just have it. It feels kind of empty, but the kind of work I've seen you put into this, into your music, into your training, it's honestly impressive. I feel like you should enjoy. I feel like I'd enjoy what I'm doing so much more if I was putting effort into it to learn it all. It kind of just feels empty to just have it all at once.
Well, if you want my opinion, I thought what you did was really pretty. Even if it only took you a second to master it, I thought I could feel emotion with it.
Yeah, that's how it works, though. My peculiarity is powered by my emotion. It's kind of how I can best express myself, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could feel something from your playing too, honestly.
Well, thanks. I should probably go and clean up the house.
We went overtime, so I could help you.
What?
Yeah.
She's like taken aback, like, Darren, roll me an intellect check.
Okay. Where's my app again? Modifier 3. I got an 8.
Oh my god. Alright. She pulls out a gun and shoots you. You think this might be the first time anyone really offered to help on anything.
Okay.
Ever in her existence as a being.
That's really sad.
I don't know, you get that feel just from that reaction, just how wide it was when you offered to help her. She was just, what?
Hey, why are you so taken aback? I'm just helping.
No one's ever off. Never mind. I'd be happy to have your help.
Yeah, by all means. I want to make myself useful.
All right. So with that, you will spend the time cleaning up the house. And with your help, it cuts it down to 2 hours to 1 hour, because Mrs. Lakula already keeps it pretty neat. It's just mainly polishing up.
Right.
So it only takes roughly an hour to cover the manor.
Yeah, while we're doing this, I'm like, this is kind of pointless. There's nothing to clean.
I found a speck of dust. Get it!
Alright.
Kill it in front of its family. Just starts hacking at it.
Wait, no.
You are what happened to you? The dust will not live.
Remember the amazing book? I hate dust.
Oh my god, we don't bring up that sin. Oh, beauty incarnate, yet the devil's work. Eventually, after you guys finish cleaning, you have a moment to rest. Yue kind of figures out what she's going to do for dinner. Mother never said to prepare it, just kind of get an idea.
Right.
So she chooses to sit down, and she reads a book in the living room. Do you want to join her? Just kind of sit and hang out? You don't have to read.
I guess I'll take a look at the kinds of books that she has.
It's a wide range. There's a lot of Stephen King. And it seems like there's a lot of historical fiction. And there's journals of people that lived in history that actually, got to write stuff. So there are copies of those. There are classic and traditional Taiwanese, Chinese, and Japanese plays, all written into a book format. Mm-hmm. And you see Yue is beginning to read a book called The Man Without a Face.
Oh, I've heard of this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, or at least heard of the incident.
Yeah, that, gosh, that must have been terrible. Well, yeah, I mean, the book is good. The incident isn't, but the book's good.
The incident is, yeah, you're right.
So, as you two continue to read, have fun, hang out, eventually, you see Mrs. Lakula. She comes in to the room. She says, "Oh, good, you two are here." So, and then you see her follow behind her. So, I and my husband were talking, and he, for once, came up with a very interesting idea. Perhaps, instead of just celebrating Darien's arrival by only throwing a dinner party, he thought we should do something else fun as well. My husband has just bought tickets online to a show that will be playing at the newly constructed Taipei Performing Arts Center. So, they were nearly all sold out, but I think it'd be worthwhile. And Yue asks, if you don't mind me asking, Mother, what's the play? And she says, "Oh, it's a bit of a scary one. It's called The Man Without a Face. It's a Japanese play, and it has some of the greatest actors in all of Asia touring around the continent." Darren, you look to the book. Convenient. What does Darren think of this?
Huh, convenient. No. Yeah, he's like, oh, at least they know what this one is. Yeah. I look at the rest of the books and it just sounds like complicated bullshit.
You see it. I actually want to read that book sometime, but
yeah.
Yeah, so she just kind of says, "So, everyone, it's going to be a bit of a fancier building and all that stuff. So, come on, let's get moving. Let's get dressed. You already put the book down."
Oh, right now?
Yes, we have to hurry now.
Okay.
It's a bit last minute, I know, but I think it would be a good idea. And husband mumbles, "Yes, good idea." He doesn't speak.
I go to him like, you don't sound all convinced about your own idea.
You see his mustache begins to jiggle at the wind of his breath. Poor husband. He doesn't even get a name. So, Darien, what does fancy Darien look like? Or formal Darien, rather?
He doesn't have any formal clothes.
Ah, that's why Mrs. Lakela came prepared. She bought you fancy clothes.
Probably a tuxedo or something. Like, something that looks more of a composer's kind of attire.
Look at this young man over here. He's getting all fancy. Lovely. So, you show up in a tuxedo, kind of head downstairs. You look a little bit like a composer.
I'm playing with my tie. Yeah, I'm playing with my tie, and I'm like, what's the use of these things?
Mrs. Lakela actually comes out. She hears your question, and she says, well, I believe they're mainly made to keep the collar together. Though I don't really wear those types of clothing, so I'm not sure. She goes up to you, and she kind of fixes the bow tie, make sure it's on tight.
I mean, I don't wear this clothing either.
But, you see, she is actually in her formal clothing, the one that you were introduced to her. She is wearing very traditional clothing, and you've seen this clothing before, and this is usually what royalty in ancient China would wear, but it's less over the top. It's a lot more subtle. It looks like the world's fanciest bathrobe with some nice decorations here and there.
Right.
It's very nice and very long. And you see it's a dark scarlet with gold and stuff like that.
That looks rather nice too.
Well, thank you. Yes, it's been in my family for a while. It's very soft silk. And then husband comes down. He comes in a suit, and she says, you look dashing. And he goes, he's so easy to roleplay. I just have to make noises. Yue comes down, and you see she's wearing high heels. She's wearing a bit of a dress, and it's pretty formal. It looks nice. You see, she's stumbling a bit on the stairs with the high heels. She's very much holding onto the railing for dear life, because you slip, you dead. And
it's a long flight.
Alright, Yue's dead. Game's over. So, Yue comes down. You see she looks really pretty, Darien.
I comment on that.
She's taken aback, but smiles. And Mrs. Lakela, she actually kind of giggles to herself.
I get a really weird look.
Oh, nothing, I'm sorry. Anyways, everyone to the car. We're gonna be late. And she starts to round you all. She asks, husband, would you drive? I don't know how well I can drive this dress on. And he goes, drive it. Yes. And, he makes his way to the car. Poor fucking husband. Alright. I'm going to ready the links because I have some really pretty pictures. And to this day, this building is technically not finished.
Really?
Yes.
It's finished in 2020, whatever the date is.
2024.
Alright.
I think it started in 2012, and I think they're nearing completion.
What?
Yeah. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
So, copy image, and I'll get ready to send it to you.
Okay.
The family car slowly pulls into the massive parking lot. You see, almost every slot is taken, except a few scattered about. After a bit of searching, Mr. Likela finds an available location and rests the car within it. Darien, you step outside, shutting the door gently behind you. Your eyes are entranced by the grandeur of this complex. You see... Oh, who left? Oh, it's cool. Okay. I just want to make sure you're still here. You see the beautiful lights that shine from inside and a large array of vibrant and pretty colors. The construction itself looks fresh and recently completed. As for the architecture itself, the only word that comes to mind is foreign. It is truly astounding. The building, for the most part, resembles a large square, but it has a few smaller sections to give it a bit more personality. The building is mostly made of glass with steel beams. There are a few other materials at play, like marble and stone, but the most unique aspect of this theater has to be where you assume the productions take place. A large round sphere hangs off the side of the building, dwarfs everyone around it. Being supported by two massive pillars and hanging off the building itself, you can only imagine how difficult it was to construct something as complicated as this. But, oh, you were going to say?
It's kind of like he's sort of been just astounded by everything to the point where it's just sort of worn off on him.
It just wears off.
Yeah.
So, that's the building. I dropped it in beta session chat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty. But the family looks to you. Mrs. Lakula gives a hearty smile and ushers you all forward. Any mixed emotions you might have felt before feel a bit alleviated.
You say hearty. She doesn't have a heart.
How dare you? She took you in when you had no one.
Oh, God.
Oh, I can't even say that with a straight face. For a little bit alleviated, I walked past a massive poster depicting what looks to be a truly dramatic performance with the title in bold above, "See, The Man Without a Face, a once-in-a-lifetime experience." The critics are practically claiming it's to die for. And with that, you walk inside.
That's really fucking sick.
You know someone would do it. You know someone in real life would do that.
Yeah, it's like... Do they respect anything that happened there?
Nope.
I'm honestly pissed.
And it's worse because the criminal's still out and about.
Yeah.
So, you also hear Yue under her breath. She says, "I've never gotten to do something this fun in years."
What?
As you guys walk in.
I just make sure no one else is really hearing this. I'm like, wait, what?
No one else seems to hear it. And she's like, yeah, I'm just so busy doing work that I don't have time to do stuff like this. This is exciting.
I mean, yeah, it is. It is. It's just, that's disheartening.
How so?
Well, I mean, families usually frequent a lot of places together. It's kind of a norm, I would say. Like, yeah, I mean, I was born in a poor family, and even we tried to do as much as we could together.
Well, then I guess I'll just have to soak in this experience then.
Yeah, I guess so. It's fine. I don't want to put a damper on anything.
Yeah. She seems smiling, looking around. Now, let me show you what the inside of the building is, because technically the inside hasn't been built, but this is concept art of what the architects say it will look like.
Alright.
Boom!
Yeah.
Yeah, the theater takes place inside the actual dome.
That is really cool.
It's really cool. I would love to go there one day. Collin, let's go there one day.
Yes!
Now, upon sitting down, you find yourself sitting next to Yue with her on your left and Mrs. Lakula on your right. The man of the household sits next to his daughter on the left.
Okay.
Looking around and taking in the godlike craftsmanship of these architects, you are astonished with just how lovely and extravagant this place is. You are sitting on one of the top rows, which is almost carved in like a personal cubby, if you see in the picture, and it gives an incredible view. You guys kind of are the only ones up there. You almost like were able to rent out this little area.
Mm-hmm.
There are many square sections that dip in with rows of seats filling them. I'm kind of describing this for anyone who's listening in or couldn't attend the game. Of course, there are the bottom rows too, but Mrs. Lakula instead insisted on being elevated. This place, despite how foreign and strange it looks, it is still designed like a regular theater.
Right.
However, your thoughts are cut off as you see the show is starting. As the oceans of people silence themselves, the lights begin to dim, and spotlights shine brightly upon the stage. You see a man walks onto it. He speaks in his native tongue, Taiwanese. You can understand most of his speech, but a few tiny words get lost in translation. But you definitely understand. You definitely understand what is going on.
All right.
You don't have to worry. It is similar to like a Shakespearean play where someone comes out, gives a short excerpt, and then the story begins. He makes his statement, and as the lights dim further, the play begins. Oh no! Oh dear! I am the main character! This is John's dramatic interpretation. I'm being stabbed! You just keep thinking, how riveting!
This is honestly the best play I've ever seen.
My eyeball is falling out of my face!
The words are completely intelligible.
It's like watching Hayden Christensen act had autism.
Oh no.
Oh, that's terrible. Hayden, I love you. I think your performance was great. But the show continues. It's really nice. It's really well put together. There's a lot of stage work being put into it. And then eventually you kind of turn your attention as you see this was to her father, and he just nods, and he stands up and lets her escape. There are a few people on this row, but not too many. But she has to like squeeze by them and all that stuff.
Wait, who asked you?
UA.
Okay.
She asked her father for something, and he let her, and she squeezes past some people. And Mrs. Legula is mortified by this. She just looks to her husband and goes, "What is she doing?" Just she has to use the bathroom. I said she could. This is embarrassing for the family. She's disturbing all these people. She's cutting in front of them. What is wrong with you? Why would you let her do this? We wait till after the performance. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No, don't you dare. I will have a talk with her and you once we get back. I'm sorry. God, the incompetence of this family.
Huh?
She just has like a little episode to herself. It's kind of rails.
Yeah, it's just honestly, I've never seen anything like this. It's the only word I can describe it as is dysfunctional.
Mm-hmm.
That is the word, dysfunctional.
It's very it's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. That's the best way you can put it. I mean, you don't know how to react. I mean, she still seems nice to some extent, but
there's one thing.
I don't really know how to feel.
There's just one thing though that's I have yet to say to her.
Oh.
Yeah. I turn to Mrs. Legula and just say, "Why are you so hard on UA? I mean, she's doing all she can to impress you and everything. Doesn't that make you proud? Isn't what she's doing enough? Because to me and to everyone else, it's far more than enough. The amount of effort she puts in everything is just astounding, and you keep just putting her down like that. You haven't given her any moments of happiness, any moments of recognition. There's totally something wrong with that. I know it's not my place because I'm pretty much a guest, but I honestly can't stand it."
Darien, I'm sorry you feel this way. I guess it's best if I do explain the situation.
Yes, please do.
If you most know, sweetheart, then come here. And she kind of almost forcefully like wraps her arm around you and locks you in position.
Oh god, this is uncomfortable.
And she just kind of forces your head on her lap. She just plays with your hair. Like how a mother would.
This is not how a mother would act.
It's fine. She says, "Well, I think the best way to explain this with a story. It's a tale families tell their children, so that way their family may not suffer the same fate. This is why I'm so difficult on you." She clears her throat, and she whispers, The Lakila family was one of the noblest and most prominent families all of Taiwan. Our roots are even traced back to the Ming Dynasty. It was such an honor and a privilege to just lay eyes upon even one of the family members. Some could even argue they had more power than the Emperor of China himself, or even the President of Taiwan today. Our family had enjoyed this power for centuries. And if only they could see the strength of King. Unfortunately, that power would soon dissipate and dissolve due to the illusion of control. Arrogance failed the Lycola family, Darien. They believed nothing could crack their pillar, but they would soon realize their incompetence would be their very downfall. Some time ago, the family gave birth to a beautiful daughter, and as tradition, they would raise her to continue to uphold the power of the family name. But, confident in the strength they already had, they did not teach their child the same way previous generations taught theirs. They were looser, gave more freedom, forced her to teach or practice skills on her own without any guidance, and as a result, they would scream at her when she would do something incorrectly. Because of this incompetence, when the family went to present their newest generation to the homes, they were shocked to see their child had overworked herself, sharpened the wrong skills, and made a mockery of the Lycola name. The daughter would spend the rest of her life going mad and attempting to pick up the shriveling pieces of their honor. It's ironic. The young woman that brought the family name to ashes was also the only thing keeping it from descending into obscurity. The reason I'm so tough on Yue, she is the only hope this family has at reclaiming that lost respect. Or rather, she was. And she continues to fiddle with your... That's the end of her story. Darren, roll me an awareness check.
Alright. Plus...
Are you officially uncomfortable?
I think that was something that happened long before that.
Are you somehow more uncomfortable?
Yes, exceedingly so.
Oh, that's nice.
Either way, I got an 18. I love a +8 in awareness.
That's crazy. Now roll me an intellect check, would you?
Alright. Modifier 3. I don't know how to say this, but I keep getting high scores. 21.
Okay. So with that, you're kind of putting the pieces together of this story.
Yeah.
Something doesn't add up. Who's the little girl in the story? If this is a true story, you think you might know who it is.
Hey, is this Lakila?
Yes.
Was that you? That child?
She pauses. She looks down to the play. She looks back to you. Just kind of goes. Darien, have you ever heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat?
Yeah, I have. Everyone has.
It's an American saying not many people here actually have.
Oh.
But I never understood that. I never understood why death was the appropriate punishment. The cat just simply needs to be taught a lesson. The cat learns nothing from death. It's as though the Punisher is just starting, but letting the cat remain here, living with the punishment given to it. The feline learns. The feline learns to never cross that line again. Darren, as you're lying down on her lap, you notice that Yue sneaks back. She sits back down and she looks back out to the play, hoping she didn't miss too much. And Mrs. Legula looks to her, smirks, and looks back to you and asks, "Don't you feel the same? Don't you feel that makes more sense, Darien?"
No, I feel like you're looking into it too much, and quite frankly, I feel like you're almost trying to interpret it freely. And that's the thing. These sayings are something that you interpret by your own means. To me, it feels like getting inquisitive or curious about something could get you into trouble. Kind of like, say, news sources, where journalists go in and they put themselves into a situation that's really sensitive, and they might get targeted, they might be victimized because of it. There's many ways to interpret things. There's no absolute right and wrong in most cases. You can be just as happy with a poor family as you can a rich one. You can be just as happy with power or without. It's how you make your life. It's what you do with your life that's really the key here. There's no right and there's no wrong.
I suppose you're right. I guess I do think of things a tad too much. But you know what? How about we enjoy the play? I hope that story helped you learn a little bit more about my situation with Yue. I love her dearly. But she is one of the last hopes for this family. She lets you go.
I've never heard you actually express that you love her.
Oh, of course I do. I've always loved her.
She needs to know that, though.
Perhaps I'll let her learn tonight.
Hmm.
The play nears the final act, with the protagonist on his broken heart rampage. He stabs some peeps, so we get more of the dramatic acting. Oh my god! My chest has an F in it.
It's like, this is the standard of plays in modern society. This is peak art.
Everyone's looking like, oh my god, so many complex emotions just going through the one character's dialogue. How incredible.
It's like they're all trying to one up each other in pretentiousness, just to sound smarter or just...
Yeah.
Oh god.
Well, the play nears its final act, and you guys finish up. And you begin to go home, and wow, that was a great play. That was fantastic. That was a fantastic play. You may really seem to like it. And you guys head home. You turn in to your rooms. And, well, you begin to rest for the night. However, Darien, you probably want to play some video games, right?
Yeah, totally.
Alright, so Void, you're gaming with your best pal. Darien Marcus over here. Void, you there? Void, we're calling in. Void.
What?
Alright, Darren, you connected with Void, your best online friend and your #1 Patreon supporter.
Yeah, there we go.
Patreon supporter.
Or John Trion.
I was about to say, John, that's gonna cause some issues.
Oh, yes. Just like how having Minecraft in the background.
We don't can't talk about that.
So you two are doing some epic games, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you epic gaming?
To the ends of the earth, obviously.
Oh, yeah. You're fighting the big boss. It is the Orc King. And,
does he have a name?
Is Tribble.
So close. So close, John.
Darok.
Yes.
Darok. Void, I feel like they're running out of ideas here.
This game's pretty shitty.
You offered to play on Destiny, boo.
I was gonna take it. I was gonna say it lighter, but yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
You're not very good at it either. You need to step up your game, fucking loser.
Oh fuck you!
Get him! Get him!
Get wrecked!
So your mics begin to blare.
Distortion and everything.
Distortion and everything. Tim, give us some nice gamer rage. I mean, Void.
Okay.
The boss kills you when Darien could have saved you.
You're a fucking idiot! Why didn't you just fucking save me? You play support for a fucking reason, you idiot!
Maybe a comment, few minutes back. I changed my mind.
You mean you change your mind?
What do you mean, Darien?
After a couple of fuck yous, it kind of pisses us. It kind of pisses me off as a supporter.
You're not playing your role correctly. Everyone else is doing it correct, but you.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. Look at your fucking healing done. You got like what? Probably 3,000. Not even.
What the hell is happening?
Well, I'm gonna step up. My supporter role. Support fuck this boss. All right, let's go.
So this continues throughout the night.
Yeah, I take my. Remember the scene in like the first game when I took my sword and I just.
Why does this support suck, bro? He's not even healing yet. That's
Shut up, grim fuckface.
At least Grim knows how to fucking play the game, you imbecile.
He died 5 minutes ago!
What do you mean? Are you paying attention to the feed at all?
fresh support.
Oh my god!
Little known fact here, supports actually have quite an offensive capability in this game. Did show that, huh?
You trash support.
Alright, a call from Steven Smith. Can you guys be more quiet?
Yeah, so I take a sword and I strike it to a bow. Everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Alright, what do you do?
So, if you remember that glitch.
I remember.
Yeah,
I remember the glitch.
I aim my sword at the wall, my bow sword at the wall. Shoot it in a specific place. And the hard part about this enemy is it's hard to get behind him. It's hard. Okay. All his weak spots are in his back, and he always never lets it face you. So I shoot the sword at a certain position where it ricochets and hits him in the back. Okay.
It lands into the wall. Everything freezes. The game begins to glitch out. Void. You just saw Darien or Dispassionate, his gamer name. You just saw him glitch out the game. Same with you, Grim. Actions.
I fucking won! See that, guys?
You didn't fucking win! We've been here for 6 fucking hours! And you just did that bullshit! I'm fucking done! Don't contact me when you want to play this shit game again! Let me know when you want to play Boostiny, dude!
It's worse because all the items you collect in the dungeon don't save to your inventory unless you successfully beat the boss.
Yeah, the thing is, I love just pissing Void off. I feel like we have the same conversation every day.
You know, it's funny because everyone online finds it very hilarious too that I play with.
Yeah.
So Void leaves the call, pissed at you, and you're like, oh, fuck you too.
Yeah, he's coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, he is. And Grim is just kind of existing. He's having fun.
Yeah.
Okay. After that,
he's the rogue of our group, and he keeps stepping on he keeps stepping on switches and traps and such.
At this point. So what you? Oh, excuse me. I think we're nearing the end, slowly but surely. So, you kind of realize, damn, I need a break from all that anger. I'm going downstairs.
Yeah, I guess I go and, I don't know, I get a bowl of cereal. I get some Eat Your Oats and some Drink Your Milk.
Oats and Drink Your Milk. So, you begin to make your way downstairs. You grab your cereal, you grab your milk and all that stuff. You take it to your room, and then you feel like you hear something. And now, I set the scene. So, the night you guys returned, the howls of the storm outside that slowly began to roll in after the play. They tear through the neighborhood, and they can be heard shaking the walls of the manor. The house creaks and moans as though the weather were deliberately trying to strangle the structure. You know that the storm was going on, but Voight's constant screeching was too loud for you to hear the lightning. So, props to Void. Now, the 4 individuals that reside within the abode, we're all familiar with them. They're all performing their own tasks. The newcomer Darien, you're off, you got your cereal and stuff like that, and you're beginning to game the night away.
Well, there's some more cereal.
The man of the household, as if that title still had meaning, was fast asleep. Blankets brought up to his chest, almost like his subconscious was using them as a shield. The mother of the household was off somewhere. No one knew where. Perhaps she was just playing chess with herself, or maybe she was reading. As for the young woman, Yue, she was spending time to herself, reading a lovely book in her room before bed. Yue was given only a select few books at a time. Once she finished what she had, her mother would get her a new set. Her mother never provided fantasy or science. Yue's mother believed those specific genres to be brain-rotting and unproductive. She provided her daughter with historical works, journals of historical figures, classic European/Asian stories or playwrights, and occasionally a realistic fiction to shake things up. Throughout all the stories Yue had read, she had a total of 3 she truly enjoyed. She loved the story Les Miserables, for the main reason of the passions and struggles of the characters. She couldn't help but relate to their struggle for freedom in some way, although she never thought about it too much. Too many bad memories associated with that fight. Her second favorite was Hamlet. She truly enjoyed the story presented and enjoyed reading Shakespeare in English. She found it helped understand modern English even more. Because if she could learn something as complicated as that, then the modern one would be hella easier. Her third favorite, however, was an old Japanese play, the one you had just seen, and the book she was reading. It looks as though she continues it. It's called The Man Without a Face. She loved the intense story between the main character's struggle, how the book subverts the reader's expectations in the end. It was truly something she found herself reading again and again. Yue's thoughts were silenced. The door to her room flung open, and the tall, shadowy figure of her mother waited patiently in the doorway. She did not utter a sound or a peep. Yue couldn't help but feel she was staring at an apparition. Closing the book, she got to her feet and walked over to her mother cautiously. In a meek and quiet voice, she asked, "Yes, Mother, is there something you need?" Her eyes stared back at her daughter, lifeless and resembling empty, black pits. "Have I done something to displease you?" Yue asked again, growing more nervous with every passing second. After waiting patiently for a response, her mother took a step forward, and another, and another. Yue began to slowly back up, trying to give her to remain as far away from her as possible. Yue's mother glanced at something behind her daughter. It lied against the wall, her brand new cello. Yue took it into her room last night to practice a tiny bit. Yue had only spent roughly a day with Darien practicing it. She was making incredible progress. It was roughly a day. Her mother could see that her daughter must have been practicing. She could still see the fingerprints left behind, and she could practically still feel the heat in the room caused by the friction of the strings, using all of her senses to understand the scene. But there was one problem that could not leave her mother's head. Why was she not playing it now? Yue's mother turned back to her daughter. And once more, she was caught by the dead stare of her mother's blackened eyes. Why aren't you practicing, my darling? Yue's mother asked very calmly. Yue looked to the cello and looked back to her nervously. She had no idea her mother still wanted her to play it. She thought she did enough practice. She muttered out in a panicked voice, her face glowing red and eyes getting glassy, I am so sorry, Mother. It won't happen again. I swear. I'll get to practicing right now. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Yue's mother cocked her head to the side like a confused dog and whispered to her, cutting her off in the process. Yue, you seem so nervous. Almost as though you did something wrong. I don't know what to... Yue said, not sure how to respond. Well, don't you worry, sweetheart. Mommy will let this incompetence slide this one time. Her mother said, embracing her closely. I just hope you spent enough time practicing today so that way you can be ready for a guest tomorrow. Yue's eyes widened. She looked to her mother and said, I apologize, Mother, but could you clarify? Oh, Yue, please don't tell me you let this slip your mind too. Absolute incompetence. Her mother muttered under her breath, but still loud enough for Yue to hear. Well, the day after tomorrow, we will be having other family gather here for dinner, and we expect you to make our family look good in front of them. Hence why I got you that cello. Mom, I don't know if... I don't know if I'll be ready. There's no way I can learn this in time. I'm so sorry. Please for... Before Yue could even finish her apology, her mother, with a flick of a wrist, unzipped the pouch, tied to her waist, and whipped out the needle within. In one single motion, she sent the miniaturized dagger forward and slashed Yue's left cheek. Anyone around could practically hear the metal tearing through flesh. Yue's fresh wound in response began to leak blood. Trying to stand still and accept her punishment, she absorbed the pain as best she could, tears rolling down her face and mixing with the crimson. The mother pulled back her hand to the needle. It was covered in her daughter. She couldn't stand a messy tool. Grabbing many strands of Yue's hair, she cleaned off the tool until there was no blood. She could see her reflection in the needle once more. Yue's mother lowered the needle and looked to her daughter's wound. She watched a droplet of blood slowly slither down her cheek and drip onto her clothes, staining them in the process. Sighing to herself, Yue's mother stated, oh, now look at this. Not only do you disrespect me and the family by failing to master an instrument a child could. Don't look at you. You're making a mess all those clothes as well. Do you have any sense of hygiene or cleanliness? Yue did not respond. She could only shake to herself and try to hold back her tears. I expect you to have this mastered, this instrument, on the morning of Sunday. And if so much as even one note is screwed up, the mother, playing with the instrument of pain in her fingers, Well, I think it's time you and this needle have a much longer reunion. It's been oh so long. And with that, she walked out of the room, leaving Yue alone and ready to drop. Unfortunately for Darien, he witnessed the whole event while trying to grab his cereal in the fridge. Looking where to hide, Yue's mother... There's nowhere to hide. Yue's mother sees you and approaches you. She wears a warm smile on her face and asks, Darien, my angel, what are you doing up so late? You should head to bed soon. Never know what shenanigans you might hear late at night. I love you, my sweetness. She begins to walk off. Darien, what do you do?
I dropped the milk bottle I'm holding.
It lands.
It shatters. Milk everywhere. Just... What the fuck just happened?
Yeah. Yue begins to shut her door slowly.
So can she see me seeing her or something like that?
I don't think she processed that you were there.
Okay.
Like a normal person could see you, but I don't think she processed the fact that you were there.
Right. I just can't process that situation. It's everything I was expecting. It was actually so much worse.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a mother.
La 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 la. Jagneaux world.
That's not a loving mother. That's
not.
There's no way
she took
that
you
is.
in. She took you in and cared for you, and she told you that she loved you, eh? Right. Do you not believe her?
That's all I have to say. This is certainly a situation that I can't stand, but the psychological conditioning that must have taken place for that needle to instill so much fear in her, it's not something that can be unraveled really easily. It's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot out of me and a lot out of her, but I can't stand to see this injustice.
You're gonna stand up for her? You're gonna
Precisely.
stand up for the girl you don't know too much?
Hey, it's what my dad would have done.
Well, whether she realizes or not, she could be out for a hero. It's only a matter of time if Darien answers the call. So, my question to you is, are you going to leave her be for the night? Or are you going to talk with her? What are you going to do? That's the best question.
That is the best question.
I'll let you think about it for a second.
Currently, he's going to clean up the mess he just made, while just pondering over what to do.
Yeah. Think to yourself, young man. I'll let you decide. I will let you decide.
Right.
I'll give you a second. I'm going to respond to something real quick.
Alright.
You take your time. Death is coming.
Yeah, I can see that. So, he's done cleaning the milk. All of that mess that he made, and...
You know what, for the sake of not having your back hurt, say that you kept the cap on.
You what?
You kept the cap on.
Okay.
So
Right.
it just kind of bounced.
Yeah. Now he has to go attend to another mess.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He checks to see if Mrs. Lakila is out of sight.
Roll me an awareness check.
Alright. I got a 9.
That's fine. She's probably not there. You seem safe. It's safe.
I totally feel that way after needles. I'm gonna go and check up on her. Yeah, so I guess I go in and open the door. It's gonna be a what? I sort of brace myself as I do so.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I find?
You find that the door's locked.
Right. Naturally. I say to the other side, "Hey, you here?"
Only awareness.
Oh shit, 22.
You don't hear a response, but you hear slight crying.
Fuck. This time I guess I raised my voice a little more. Just, if she, I mean, I don't want to leave her like this, but yeah, I guess I'll go. I guess I'll go and say something.
Okay. What do you say?
Yue. It's Darien.
She doesn't respond. Yet.
I saw some things. And I'd like to see. Just like to check up on you. I don't know. This is complicated.
So, you don't get a response at first, but she says, eventually at the crack of the door, "I just want to be alone."
You know, I've left some people alone already, and that happened to turn out terrible. Trust me, please.
Roll me. Did you create a charisma stat?
Yeah, and
Well,
remember, you gave me a fucking ton of it because it's basically my ability.
It's basically your ability to sing. And this is going to be a long game. I'm going to try and speed through a little bit of the ending, but try not to kill the story.
That's a 22.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, if, like, I'm basically the only stats I'm rolling except intelligence are, like, my highest ones.
Mm-hmm. So, I love how the session chat has just died. And everyone's just, nobody knows what to say. So, yeah, I'm a monster.
How the fuck would you respond in, like, a real-life situation?
I don't know. I'm not the one responding. I'm just the one doing it.
Yeah.
Am I worse?
Well, anyone in that position is just scared shitless.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and speed it up a little bit more, but I don't want to hurt the story.
Alright.
So, we are nearing the end. So, well, what do you say to her? Because she unlocks the door, she slowly opens it up, and she cracks it. You see her eye, and you see the fresh mark on her cheek. It looks like it fucking hurts.
Yeah, that's not love.
She, opens the door a little bit more for you to come in.
Alright. That... I can't believe you haven't said anything about this.
Can't. She'll
Yeah.
know. She'll know if I said anything.
Fuck. Just...
Yeah.
What the I just... I can't believe this. Like, how is this even possible? You could tell the police about this or something, right?
I wish I could, but it's not that simple.
It's practically child abuse.
They won't care. They can't do anything to stop.
What do you mean?
He's got a lot of connections. A lot of connections. How much of that car ride into the neighborhood do you think was real? How much of that do you think people were actually enjoying themselves?
Huh?
She can set up scenes. She can set up the perfect imagery. She can do everything she needs to get people to fall right into her lap. None of it's real. It's all a lie.
A beautiful lie.
Yeah, she nods.
Holy crap. It's almost as if you found out, like, I don't know, life was a simulation or something. That's just cruel. What? How can she? I know that she has connections now, but that amount of power is just unfathomable. That's not right. It's just there's gotta be something. It's well.
Excuse me?
You know, the icons may save lives, but they don't save hearts.
I just... They can inspire.
Yeah, what is Oni to you?
What's Oni to me?
Yeah.
She's... A while back, a man who interviewed people, they interviewed the icons on their personal stories. Some chose not to share. Others did. Oni was one of those that did share. She came from such a terrible life. Her father got shot by criminals when she was younger. Her mother walked out on her. She was left to grow up on the streets alone. And she joined the military, gained her powers, lost her friends and her first lover, and constantly having to fight terrible villains wanting to exploit her demons. There was a lot of challenge. But she overcome it. She overcame it. She rose above those issues and she became something greater. She didn't ask for the life she got. She didn't ask for the peculiarity she was given, but she wanted to be something more. She wanted to use it. And because she overcome that fear, those problems, she's now one of the greatest heroes alive today.
That's strikingly similar to my... Listen, there's some stuff that I might want to tell you sometime, and it's gonna be hard to listen to, but I really should face my emotions. I really should face that.
What do you mean?
My dad, he was very much like that.
How so?
I don't feel ready to unpack that yet, but there will be a time where I will tell you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what Mahoney means to me. She's just another girl who had problems. She overcame it, become something better, and now she's living a great life. From the sounds of it.
Well, if you say she's inspiring, why don't you try to follow in her footsteps?
You think my mother would let me?
Your mother might not let you. Life might not let you, but it's something you have to make for yourself. It's something you have to carve out for. And I mean, I'm not saying this is going to be easy. In fact, I have no clue how you do it. But I at least want to help you. It's something that my father instilled in me.
She kind of stumbles on her eyes, and then she begins to mutter out, "Want to be like her. I want to be a hero."
There we go.
She looks to you.
Earlier in school, I picked up 2 of those hero school forms.
Huh?
Yeah, Washington High School Heroes. I've been...
You did?
Yeah, I've been thinking of going, and when I saw your dismayed look on your face when you didn't grab one, it kind of struck me that was something you very much wanted to do, but didn't have the chance to. So I might be able to help you out with that.
Darren, no one's ever done this for me before. No one's ever offered to help me. No one's ever offered to do anything for me. Why do you care? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be insensitive, but sometimes it feels like a joke. Like I don't deserve it. Why do you care?
Well, you said that your mother distanced you from everything.
1 second, sir.
Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I gotta mow the lawn after this.
Okay.
I could use the exercise. I'm joking.
Yeah, you said your mother distanced you from just everything. It seems like you've been isolated from anyone who would have the capacity to care. It's quite astonishing just how much she's just turned your life into a play. And there are people out there who do care. I'm one of them. I don't know whether she expected this for me or not, but I care because someone else cared for me in the same way.
I wanted to keep this from you, but I overheard. I know why she brought you.
Yeah?
It wasn't because of the passion or the fire in your eyes.
I know, of course, it's bullshit now that I know.
She wanted us to connect.
Huh?
She wanted us to get together and combine peculiarities.
You mean?
In the form of grandchildren. And she thought with a grandchild that had the power that I possess would be a master in combat, with you able to master any instrument. And what I overheard, you can influence people's emotions. You control them.
I need to work on that first.
Should be unstoppable.
Oh no. That's twisted. That's fucking... How have you been able to live like this?
By ignoring it and saying Mom loves me. And that I'm just not good enough and I just need to keep practicing. Somewhere deep inside, I still like to think she does.
I hope to be your truth then. I mean, it's just part of the way I am, but I can be just brutally honest to anyone. I honestly don't give a shit what people think, and quite frankly, if I'm always telling the truth, then no one will have to doubt me. So, yeah, I go over and wipe the blood that was staining her face.
It's still warm. The bleeding stopped, but it's gross.
Yeah.
It's bleeding down her cheek. You see it stained in her hair from her mother, and you see a few driblets on her clothing.
Yeah, Now, John, would I notice from wiping away the blood, I might wipe away some of the makeup?
Yes, very, very good question. That heavier makeup gets smudged, and you see a few wounds that have yet to fully heal. Not scars, but wounds that were covered up. This is not the first time she's done this, Darien. And it will not be the last. Unless you have anything to say about it.
And you just stop lying to yourself and just seek the truth.
Darien, I want to get out of here. Washington High. It's one of the greatest schools for heroing. And I even hear Oni teaches there sometimes. It's really, really impactful. And it would be great if I could go. They also have dorm rooms there, so I wouldn't have to stay here for months. I could escape them. And if I were to finish out the year, I'd only have to hang out with them only a couple months in between the school years. Darien, I want to go to Washington, not just to be a hero, but to escape her and to rise above her. I don't want to be her skin puppet anymore. I don't want to be her stupid prize to win back honor, respect to the family name. I care about it. I do. I was raised that way, but not to this extent.
I'm with you there. I actually have my own reasons for going too. There's this ideology that's been passed down to me that's everyone thinks is rather weird, but I've seen it, I've experienced it, and I want to show it. If I can manage to influence some people that are going to be the budding heroes of tomorrow, we might see a better landscape in the future. Better, yeah. Well,
just kind of huddles to herself. You see, she actually stands up. She walks over to one of her dressers, and she pulls out a little Oni action figure. It looks a bit old, but it moves all of its joints. It can run around. The sword can detach if it wants to. And it's just a cool little action figure. And she just kind of holds it close.
Is that something you've hidden or something? That looks like it was quite far down your dresser.
As far as I know, Mom doesn't know I have this. If she does, she would probably freak. But, I take it out every now and again, and it helps me. It helps me know that there's hope. I was like,
yeah, you're gonna need that skull.
what?
You're gonna need that skull.
How do I convince my mom to?
It's okay. She said that she wanted us to... never mind. It's... Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that if...
Insert anime blush here.
Yeah, if she's... I'm sure that she's gonna try to do some...
What? 1 second. Back, sorry. So, where did I leave off?
Yeah, basically, she knows that... we know her true intentions, so... I mean, we could...
The wee bit.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to follow that at all. I mean, freedom in your life is probably the biggest priority. So...
Oh, person, Darien. Or don't. It's up to you.
So, I feel like that would be I mean, going to a hero school together would probably be something she would support. Not for the reasons we would, but...
If I were to tell her about this, would you help me?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Oh, I'd like to rest for tonight, but,
Yeah, see her at the party or whatever.
But hopefully maybe we can ask her after the party.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go practice. And as you begin to go, she stops you and asks, Darien?
Yeah?
Would you mind staying with me just a little bit longer?
Yeah, no problem.
She seems to take it easier on me around.
It's warped, but yeah, I guess I'll...
And with that, she practices a bit of the cello. You get through the night. I'm going to speed run it. Because your days continue. You're uncomfortable around Mrs. Legula. But you perform your normal schedule. It's the night of the party. And I think, Collin?
Yeah?
I don't know if you should reveal it just yet. Your beans.
Really? Okay.
I think you should wait.
Alright.
Because you've hinted at it. And to the audience, this doesn't make sense, but me this for a while. Because this game has gone on for a long time. I'm not complaining about that, though others might. And I do have to go out and do a few chores. But
Right.
I digress. I'd rather not split it into 2 parts. I feel like this could be lovely content for another day. So to speedrun through this, Darien, you really seem to connect with Yue. And after the party, it's a little awkward because now you know information. Yue is staying quiet, looking down, trying to be respectful, as many of the families gloat and talk about children, talk about pairing them up with each other to combine power with the families.
That's a fun talk.
It's a happy dinner time. And eventually after it, you helped Yue muster up the courage. After the party, she went to talk with her mother. You stood next to her. And in the shakiest voice you've ever heard anyone speak in, she exclaimed she wanted to go to the Washington High School of Heroes. And you kind of butt in, you give the information like, hey, it could be really good, good. But Darren, to your surprise, she agreed. Almost immediately. Before you even gave your information. She wasn't taken aback. She asked the question, and she went, oh, well, that sounds like a lovely idea. Darren, you're a little confused. Slightly concerned.
You're right, it does sound lovely.
But she seems like she's okay with you guys going.
Cool.
Isn't that happy, Darren?
Yeah, it is. I'm just... There's a little something that was... I don't know, a little something that's pressing on my mind.
That's fine.
Yeah. Who knows what it is?
Well, with that, she allows you guys to fill out the applications. Darien, maybe this can be a little bit of where you spill the beans. Maybe just to yourself. But remember that question, what is your definition of a hero?
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that. Why don't you describe to the audience what Darien would have put there?
Yeah. A true hero is someone who's there to help you through your struggles. Someone who can inspire you towards greatness. I'm gonna leave something out. Like
I
my
know
dad.
what that is. You write it very emotional. You actually, when you went to school and we're talking to Steven and the rest and people that have applied to some of these hero schools, you notice a lot of them were formal and they were all generally the same. Like, oh, hero is someone who stands up for their version of justice, upholds the law, puts down those that try to, hurt it. And it's like, blah, 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 blah. You put that beautiful, emotional little masterpiece in a quick few sentences. And you may put something very similar. A hero is not only one that can inspire others, but if they can prevent the fight from even starting. And what she means by that is if you're able to inspire people to do good before they get influenced to do things that are wrong, then you not only have changed the world by helping make one more good person, but you prevented a fight. And you prevented a villain. And one less person needs to be locked up in jail. Or have their face smashed in by Phoenix's fists. You all right. Eventually school came to an end. You somehow passed that final. One of the questions that was asked on there was like, who's the first big superhero? And you put, I don't know, Oni? You just write it down. It's like, no, it's Mr. Super, you fucking idiot. But you passed. You borderline passed. UA passed with flying colors, but you borderline passed. And you're like, no, good enough.
I feel accomplished.
Let's hope they don't look at the scores as well. You are eventually streaming one night. It's early summer. And then you hear a frantic knocking on your...
Come in!
Darien!
What?
She slams the door. She runs in. She has 2 letters in her hands. One for you, one for her. Darien, they accepted the application.
Oh, shit.
I'm allowed to take the test to get into Washington.
Oh, shit, another test!
Yeah. This was just to see if you were applicable to take the test.
Oh, crap.
And Darien, yours says you can too.
Oh, okay. I'm concerned. That wasn't the test? Oh, shit.
She's like, but it's a start!
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, before we go over and take the test and everything, I'm gonna need you to help me out with my peculiarity. Some stuff happened, and it went out of control, and I need to get a handle on it more.
Sure, I can try and... Yeah, I can try and help you with that. I think
Thanks.
the school will too, but I can do my best. And she's all giddy and excited, and then as she's about to leave, she looks to you and says, Darien, thank you. Just for everything. Thank you for everything you've done.
You're welcome.
She smiles, and she leaves the room. Darien, you two shared your moment. You look to the flyer. You're excited. To some extent. You're
Nervous
more so
for the
happy
rest.
her. You're shitting your pants for the rest.
Yeah.
But with that, the credits begin to roll as you have a smile on your face and you feel like you've done something good. Now we
Hey,
have
Dad.
2 little end credit scenes. Now then. First end credit scene is actually you guys. It is a far jump cut to the end of the summer, and you guys are packing up for Washington. You've got all your stuff, everything you need. UA has opened up to you a lot more. She kind of is able to talk in a higher voice to you, or a louder one. She's not so mumbled and quiet anymore.
Mhm.
She can kind of talk to you like a normal person again. And she can just kind of go around. She's like, Darren, do you have everything?
Yeah, I think.
I'm excited.
I mean, it doesn't take much to pack. I think it took like 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm nervous.
I am too, but they're happy nerves. Yeah, she smiles.
Yeah, seeing that smile puts me at ease, though.
Yeah, you don't really see her smile that often, so it's nice to see that. And you guys finish bringing your stuff down. Husband helps and all that, because he still isn't given a name. He doesn't deserve it. And as things continue, you pack your stuff into an Uber, but the Uber is basically a limousine. Mrs. Lakela went all out.
Oh, God.
She's so nice, Darien! She did this for you!
Oh, yeah, I'm so appreciative.
You're welcome. She wishes you all the best. She tells UA to very much study. It's very important. Keep on your toes. And I wish you the best. She says the same to you, Darien. And she kind of waves to you goodbye. As you have your stuff in the back, the Uberman's about to leave and you're about to hop in. Husband walks up to you. He goes, Darien, wait.
Yeah? This is the first time I've heard you speak, actually.
You kind of heard him mumble, like before when he gave you his box, when he gave you the boxes up in the room, but like this is the first time he's kind of...
Yeah.
He doesn't have the high-pitched voice as the original, but he looks to you. puts an arm around you, lowers your head, and just goes, I have this for you. He pulls out a letter. It has a crest sealing it, the family crest of the Lakelas.
Mm-hmm.
It just has written on it Darien in like elven penmanship.
All right. I quickly like put it under my sweatshirt or something.
Good. He's like, good. Hide that, Darien. Please, for the love that is holy, do not open that anywhere else. My wife will know. She will know you have it. She will know what I've done.
Where should I open it?
The dorm room. If you get into the school, open it in your dorm room. Do not open it anywhere else. Do not show it to anyone else. The only one, UA. Now come here. And he gives you a hug.
Mm-hmm.
He says, you're a braver man than I. Please, keep my daughter safe. And let her live the life that she deserves.
Already on it.
Alright. I'm gonna go. You be safe. Watch out for each other.
Yeah.
And he backs up. You hop in the car. They wave to you goodbye. And that's the end of that credit scene. And then we have one more tiny one. We see an individual. He's hooded, he's cloaked. He begins to walk down a long white hallway. The lights shine bright and cast dramatic shadows. He walks up to a large sealed door, and there are 2 guards standing outside of it. They nod to him, and they open it up. And he enters a pitch-black room, practically. But the windows, the blinds are only halfway down. It's nighttime, and it's raining atop them. Looks, and he says, Sir, you summoned me? Yes, I summoned you. Honestly, I don't know what to do. What do you mean? Well, I found my daughter. Excuse me? Yeah, I know where that bitch hid. And he takes like a sip of whiskey or just I know where she is. What are you going to do about it? Do you want me to send my troops? I can rally something there. No, don't you touch her. You're going to leave her be. Sorry. She's going to the hero school. Washington. Okay. Isn't that a bad thing? Don't you not want that to happen? No, I don't, but I have an idea. And I have the time and the power to spare it. I'm going to go off a hunch. And I'm curious to see if it's going to pay off. Can you tell me what it is? No, not yet. I just, I need some time to think on it, but I guess I called you here because I just wanted to talk with someone else about this. Even if I wasn't saying much. Look, sir, I'm always here when you need me. Thank you. You can return to your post. I just, I think I just needed to say something like that to someone. I just need a moment. Sure. And the shadowed individual looks out the window and he's, oh, Alex, I'll have you back with me soon, sweetheart. I'll be back with Daddy. And then we cut to Alex Albright just sitting on the couch eating a bag of potato chips, just watching TV. Oh, yeah. And that's the end of the game. Finally, Tim, you may cut it there.